Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Silent Cabin, Signs of a Hidden Presence. I never thought a simple hike could feel so wrong. The morning started like any other. I laced up my boots by the kitchen door, the worn leather creaking softly as I tightened the laces. Outside, a chill hung in the air, sharp enough to bite but not quite enough to make me regret leaving my jacket behind. I'd been looking forward to this trip for weeks, a weekend retreat to a remote cabin my grandfather once mentioned, tucked away somewhere deep in the forest, miles from cell service and city noise. The trailhead was easy to miss. A narrow dirt path, almost swallowed by overgrowth, led into the trees. I checked my pack one last time: water, granola bars, a map of the cabin marked roughly by a faded red dot, and a small flashlight. Just in case. I swallowed a bite of the last granola bar and shoved the wrapper into my pocket. The woods were deceptively quiet. Not the peaceful kind of quiet you expect, but a hush that felt watchful. Every few minutes, a bird would chirp, or leaves would rustle underfoot, my own, or maybe a squirrel's, but mostly, there was this heavy silence pressing in around me. I tried to shake the feeling. I told myself it was just the way the forest was that morning, damp and still. About a mile in, I crossed a shallow creek. The water was muddy and slow, nothing more than a trickle over smooth stones, but the air smelled sharp, wet pine and something faintly metallic. I knelt by the bank, cupped my hands, and drank. The cold water bit my tongue, refreshing but not clean. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand and glanced upstream. Nothing, just the trees leaning over the water like silent watchers. I kept walking, boots crunching on the damp earth, until the path forked. The map suggested I should take the left trail, which curled deeper into the woods. I hesitated. The right looked more worn, like it had seen more traffic, but the left was the way to the cabin. I chose left. That was when I first noticed it. A small shelter, no more than a lean-to built from rough-hewn logs and branches, stood tucked between two towering pines. It looked abandoned, weathered wood, a sagging roof patched with moss, and vines curling over the entrance. But the scent around it was strange. Not musty or stale like you'd expect from something left to rot. It was fresh. Earthy, yes, but also faintly sweet, like the air after rain mixed with the sharp tang of something baked. Curious, I stepped closer. The porch was littered with dried leaves, but underfoot, the wood was dry. I noticed footprints. No, not footprints. There were no tracks outside the shelter. The ground was bare dirt, yet smooth and undisturbed. I crouched and traced the dirt with my fingertip. No sign of any recent passage. But the windows, two small panes of glass, barely big enough to see through, were smudged. Fingerprints, clear and fresh, muddied the glass. Someone had been here recently. I swallowed hard, the taste of dust and dampness filling my mouth. Who? And where were they now? I looked around. The forest stood still, the wind held its breath. If someone was watching, they were silent. Too silent. I reached out and pressed my palm against the glass. The wood frame felt cool and rough. Inside, the shelter was dim, but I could make out a few things: a battered metal pot, a wooden bowl with scraps of bread, and a small pile of berries that looked untouched but fresh. Fresh enough to have been picked within a day. My skin prickled. I stepped back, my eyes scanning the tree-line. A snapping twig to my left made me jump. I spun around, heart hammering against my ribs, but saw nothing except the shifting shadows of the trees. Hello? My voice was small, uncertain. No reply. I debated whether to leave or investigate further. The part of me that wanted to turn back was growing louder, but curiosity held me rooted to the spot. Something wasn't right. That much was clear. I circled the shelter, my fingers brushing against rough bark, trying to find footprints or any sign of who might have been here. The earth was soft, the kind that holds prints well, but it was as if no one had passed through in days. Yet the food was fresh. The fingerprints on the glass told a different story. I knelt and sniffed the air again. The faint sweetness lingered, but beneath it was something else, an undercurrent of sweat, faint but real. Someone had been close. Watching. My breath quickened. I wished I'd brought my phone to call someone, but the cabin was too remote. No signal. I was alone. I stepped back from the shelter and looked down the path. The forest seemed to close in, the light fading as clouds gathered. A distant dog barked once, sharp and lonely. I shivered, warmth rising in my chest, cold crawling down my spine. I told myself to be rational. Maybe someone was camping nearby and left the shelter stocked, or maybe a hiker had passed through and would return. Still, the absence of footprints outside the shelter nagged at me. How had someone entered and exited without leaving a single trace? My hands trembled as I adjusted my pack. I wanted to keep moving, to find the cabin and leave this place behind. But I couldn't shake the feeling that eyes followed me from the trees, that every shadow held a silent witness. I took a deep breath, tasting the damp earth and old pine, and forced my legs forward. The path grew steeper, and the dense canopy swallowed the light more thoroughly. Behind me, the shelter faded into the gloom, its secrets tucked away beneath moss and silence. I glanced back one last time. The windows caught the fading light, the smudges on the glass like fingerprints pressed against my own skin. Someone was out there. Watching. Waiting. And I had no idea what they wanted. I stood just beyond the shelter's threshold, the fading light casting long, uneven shadows against the walls. The smell inside the shelter hadn't changed much since I first peeked in. A faint mix of damp wood and something else, something almost like stale bread and a hint of sour milk. I crouched near the small table where the food was laid out. The plastic-wrapped sandwich looked freshly made, the lettuce still crisp. Next to it, a half-empty water bottle sat sweating in the cool air. Whoever had been here, they'd left in a hurry or were still nearby. I reached out, my fingers brushing the smudged glass that had caught my eye earlier. The fingerprints were smudged but unmistakable, too large for a child, too adult for a stranger passing by without care. And no footprints outside. That didn't add up. I tried to imagine someone moving through the wet earth without leaving any mark. Impossible, unless they'd used some kind of makeshift stepping stones or a different path altogether. I swallowed hard, the dryness in my throat suddenly more pronounced. I wasn't sure if I was more curious or more afraid. You'd think I wanted to turn back. But I didn't. I wanted answers. Hello? I called out softly, my voice swallowed by the trees. No response. Just the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a bird settling in for the night. I stepped back from the window. The fading light outside was a bruise-colored gray, and the shadows deepened, swallowing the shelter's edges. In the distance, something shifted, a small, sharp noise like a branch snapping. I froze, listening. Nothing else. My hands were clammy. I wiped them on my pants, trying to steady my breath. It wasn't a crackling fire or a crunching step. More like a deliberate snap, as if someone wanted me to hear it without revealing themselves. I told myself it was probably a deer or a squirrel. But the thought didn't settle. I moved to the corner where a small cot leaned against the wall. A tattered blanket lay crumpled, and beneath it, a pair of muddy boots. They were the kind you'd find in any outdoor store, scuffed but well-maintained. No name, no mark. Just left behind. I knelt and examined the boots. The mud on the soles was dry, cracked in places, but fresh enough to suggest they'd been worn recently. My mind spun with possibilities. Had the owner left in a hurry? Or were they watching me now, hidden just beyond the trees? I glanced out the window again. The forest was nearly black now, but the outline of tall pines stood sharp against the darkening sky. No footprints. No signs of a trail. Just me, the shelter, and something unseen. A sudden, distant bark shattered the quiet. Sharp, urgent. It wasn't a dog I recognized, too wild, too rough. It echoed through the hills and then stopped, like the sound had been cut off abruptly. I swallowed. Okay, I said to myself, voice low. Maybe someone's nearby. I debated calling out again. Is someone here? I tried, louder this time, but the trees swallowed the sound, and nothing answered. I felt the weight of the pack on my shoulders, heavier now somehow. I was supposed to be heading to the cabin, but my feet didn't want to move. Instead, I paced the small room, scanning every corner. On the floor, near the door, I spotted a scrap of paper. I picked it up, folded, worn, and damp from the humid air. I unfolded it carefully. It was a hastily scribbled note. Don't trust the path. They watch. No signature. No date. Just those words in shaky handwriting. My breath caught. Who was they? And what path was I supposed to avoid? I tucked the note into my jacket pocket and looked around again. The shelter was more than just a forgotten refuge. It was a warning. A trap, maybe. Outside, the forest seemed to lean closer, branches swaying even though the air, cold and heavy with silence, was still. I felt eyes, not just in my imagination this time. Something was definitely watching. I forced myself to step outside, the cool air prickling my skin. The ground was soft beneath my boots, but, true to the note, there were no tracks around the shelter. No sign of anyone who might have left the food or the note or the boots. Just the forest. Watching. I circled the shelter, eyes darting between tree trunks and shadowed undergrowth. Every so often, I caught a flicker of movement, something small and nimble slipping behind a bush or a tree. It didn't run away, it just vanished before I could get a good look. I called out again, my voice firmer this time. Hey! If you're here, I'm not looking for trouble. Silence. Then, a faint whisper of movement from the thicket. A soft rustle, too quick to be an animal. I froze. My skin prickled, hairs rising on the back of my neck. This was no game. Someone was nearby, someone who didn't want to be found. I wanted to find the cabin, to get away from this place, but the path ahead was swallowed by dense trees, and the sun was nearly gone. The shelter's dim light flickered inside, a weak beacon in the growing dark. I debated, should I stay here, or push on? The note's warning echoed in my mind, but so did something else, a faint hope that the cabin's safety was real. That this was just a strange detour, not the beginning of something worse. I stepped back inside the shelter and sat on the cot, the thin mattress creaking beneath me. My fingers trembled as I pulled out the sandwich and took a bite, the dry bread breaking between my teeth. The taste was bland, but oddly comforting. Outside, a sudden breeze stirred the trees, carrying with it a faint, unfamiliar scent, smoke, or something else. I couldn't tell. My eyes darted to the window again. The smudged fingerprints were still there, dark and accusing. I whispered, almost to myself, "Who are you?" No answer came. Only the thick, watching silence of the forest. Then, from somewhere just beyond the shelter, I heard a low, deliberate tapping on the wooden wall. Not a branch. Not an animal. Someone was knocking. I froze. The shelter's thin walls did nothing to muffle the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. Tap. Pause. Tap. Tap. A message? Or a warning? I didn't want to look outside, but I had to. Slowly, carefully, I stood and moved toward the door. My heart hammered in my chest loud enough, I thought, to drown out whatever waited beyond. I reached for the handle, and then stopped, because the door was already cracked open just enough to let a sliver of darkness slip inside. No wind, no noise, just the open door and the watching night. I didn't know what I'd find if I stepped outside, but I had to find out. Before it found me, the night pressed in, thick and unyielding. I stayed where I was, on that worn cot, the sandwich half-eaten and forgotten beside me. The flickering light from the shelter's single bulb cast uneven shadows that danced on the rough walls, making the room feel smaller, like it was closing in. Outside, the trees whispered with the wind, their leaves rattling like dry bones, but inside, the silence was heavier, waiting. I kept glancing at the window where those fingerprints lingered, dark and smeared, as if someone had been pressed hard against the glass. I know how that sounds. But the oddest part was the absence of footprints. No marks in the dirt, no crushed leaves. Just the shelter, standing alone amid the wilderness, and me. I pressed my palm against the cold window pane, tracing one of the smudges. It was smeared, sure, but fresh. Whoever had been here hadn't left long before I arrived. The smell of damp wood and something else, something sharp and metallic, hung faintly in the air, just beneath the mustiness of decay. "Who are you?" I whispered again, voice barely audible. The wind snatched the words away before they could settle. I thought about moving on, about finding the cabin and ending this strange detour. But the trees outside were dense, their shadows like black ink pooling at their bases. The path ahead had vanished, swallowed by underbrush and darkness. And behind me? The only trail I'd come from was a tangled mess of broken branches and disrupted earth, no longer a clear way out. A sudden noise made me start. It was a soft rustling, like fabric brushing against bark, coming from beyond the shelter's thin walls. My breath caught. I froze, every nerve humming. The sound stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I told myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, but I didn't sound convinced, not even to myself. I thought about the note I'd found earlier, the one scrawled in shaky handwriting, "Don't trust the quiet. They watch. They wait." I dismissed it as a prank or some paranoid trap. Now it felt like a warning I'd ignored at my peril. I stood and moved to the door, hesitating before I touched the handle. Outside, the air was chillier than inside, carrying the faint scent of smoke again. It wasn't a campfire or a cooking fire, not something natural. It was acrid and sharp, like something burning too hot and too fast. I opened the door a crack. The forest stared back at me, dense and unblinking. No footprints. No sign of movement. But then I caught it, a shape, just beyond the trees. A shadow that didn't move quite right. It was still, but watching. Waiting. I slammed the door shut, heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. I leaned against the door, trying to steady my breathing. This wasn't just someone hiding. It was deliberate. Calculated. I realized then the shelter wasn't a refuge. It was a trap, I could feel it, deep in my bones, the moment of no return. I wasn't just lost in the woods anymore. I was inside someone else's game, their territory. And they knew I was here. There was no turning back. The path I'd come from was gone, swallowed by the forest and whatever lurked beyond it. The path ahead was a shadow, black and unknowable. I sank back onto the cot, eyes fixed on the window. The fingerprints had multiplied, new smears pressed into the glass as if someone had paced just out of reach all night, watching me with patience that was cruel and cold. My phone was dead. No signal. No way to call for help. I flicked through my pack, the light catching on the edges of the empty water bottle, the crumpled map, the useless compass that had lost its way. The cabin, the one I'd been desperate to reach, might as well have been on the moon. Minutes stretched. Hours, maybe. The air grew colder, the shadows longer. I thought I heard breathing once, shallow and deliberate, just outside the walls. But when I looked, there was nothing. Then came the tapping. A rhythmic, slow tapping on the window. Not hard, but insistent. Like a message. I didn't move. My fingers curled into fists on my knees. The tapping stopped. A voice cracked through the silence. Low, controlled, but unmistakably human. You shouldn't have come here. I swallowed hard. Who are you? No answer. Just the rustle of leaves, the breathing of the forest. I wanted to say I was sorry, to explain I was just trying to find shelter, to get to the cabin. But the words stuck in my throat. Because I knew the truth. This was no accident. Someone had been waiting for me. Someone who didn't want me to leave. The door shuddered slightly, as if a hand had brushed against it from the outside. I backed away, heart pounding in my ears. I was trapped. There was no way out. Only forward. The shelter wasn't a safe place, it was a cage. And whatever was out there wasn't done watching. The night stretched out, thick and heavy, like it was pressing in on me from all sides. You shouldn't have come here. That voice, low and controlled, wasn't just a warning anymore. It was a promise. I swallowed, dry and hard. My throat felt like sandpaper. Who are you? I said again, voice barely above a whisper, but the silence that followed was worse. No answer. Just the slow rustle of leaves, like some invisible breath brushing against the shelter's walls. I pressed my palm flat against the cold glass, searching for any sign of movement outside, but the forest held its secrets tight. No footprints, no shadows, nothing but the faint shiver of branches in the wind. It was a trap, and I was already caught. I tried to steady my breathing, but it came uneven, shallow. My heart was thumping like a drum, loud enough to drown out the quiet. I knew I couldn't stay put. Not here. Not with someone watching, waiting. The shelter's door creaked softly, a sound so fragile I momentarily thought I'd imagined it. Then it happened again. A faint scrape, like nails dragging slowly across wood. I jumped back, nearly tripping over the threadbare rug beneath me. The floor creaked underfoot, brittle with age and neglect. I scanned the room empty except for a battered table and a few cans of food left out, almost fresh, untouched but not old. Someone had been here recently. Very recently. That was the worst part. If I moved, I risked drawing their attention. If I stayed, it was only a matter of time. I glanced toward the back wall, where a narrow staircase sunk into darkness. It led down to a cellar, or maybe a crawl space. I'd seen no sign of other entrances, no windows except the one. The shelter was small, claustrophobic, the walls humming with shadows. I wanted to believe it was just some lonely person hiding out, someone scared like me. But the thought didn't last. The deliberate tapping, the voice, the absence of footprints. None of it added up. Whoever was out there knew the woods better than I ever could. They were patient. They wanted me to feel watched. My fingers trembled as I reached for the rusted doorknob, the metal cold and slick. I told myself I was going to check the perimeter to see if I could find any trail, any sign of where this person might be hiding. But stepping outside felt like stepping into a trap. The darkness was so absolute, it swallowed sound and light alike. I hesitated, then pulled the door open a crack. Cold air rushed in, sharp and damp, carrying the scent of moss and earth and something else, smoke, maybe, or rot. My ears caught a faint snap of a twig somewhere out there, too deliberate to be random. I closed the door quickly, heart jackhammering in my chest. Back inside, the shelter felt smaller than ever. I sank down on the floor, pressing my back against the wall. I had no idea how long I sat there, listening, counting breaths, waiting. Then the voice came again. Closer this time. From outside, but right next to the window. You don't belong here. It wasn't a question. It was a statement. A threat. I swallowed hard, trying to find words that might buy me time, space. I'm just passing through. I didn't mean any trouble. Silence. Then a soft chuckle, dry and humorless. No one just passes through anymore. I shivered. Not from cold. From the weight of those words. They knew something I didn't. Or maybe they wanted me to think they did. I remembered the supplies inside, the food, the water, the map I'd found on the table. The map was crude, marked with strange symbols I couldn't decipher, but a route was sketched out clearly enough. A path through the forest toward the cabin I'd been trying to reach. I needed to get there, whatever that meant. But the question throbbed in my mind louder than before. Was this place a refuge or a prison? And who decided which? The tapping resumed, slow, deliberate. This time I didn't flinch. Instead, I moved toward the window, fingers tracing the smudges on the glass. They weren't random. They formed patterns. Letters, maybe. Or a code. I leaned in, breath fogging the pain, trying to make sense of it. Stop, the voice said sharply. I froze. The voice was right there, close enough for me to smell the faint tang of sweat and pine sap on the air. My skin prickled. I could almost feel the eyes on me, burning through the thin walls. What do you want? I asked, voice trembling. There was a pause. Then the voice softened, almost regretful. You're not ready. I frowned. Ready for what? To see. The words hung in the air, heavy and meaningless all at once. I pressed my ear to the door, listening. Nothing. Just the forest breathing around me, thick with shadows and secrets. I wanted to scream, to demand answers, but the sound caught in my throat. Instead, I sat back down, drawing my knees to my chest. The shelter wasn't a cage. It was a stage, and I was the unwilling actor. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time lost all meaning in the dark. Then the door creaked again. Not from outside, but inside. The latch rattled softly. My breath caught. My hand shot out reflexively, gripping the edge of the table. A figure stepped into the dim light, face obscured by shadow but unmistakably human. You need to come with me, the voice said, gentler now, almost pleading. I shook my head, heart thundering. No, I'm not going anywhere with you. Silence. Then the faintest sigh. then you'll stay here. Forever. The door slammed shut behind them, and the shelter fell into darkness. The sun was sinking behind the ridge when I finally let myself sink against the rough bark of a pine tree. My legs ached, and the cold was slipping under my jacket, crawling at my neck and wrists. I'd been circling the shelter again and again, trying to make sense of the absence of footprints, the fresh food, and those smudged fingerprints on the grimy windows. Someone had been here recently. Someone was watching. I could feel it like a weight pressing on my chest, tightening with every rustle of leaves or distant bird call. I pulled out the half-empty water bottle and took a long swallow. The taste was stale, but it was enough. My mind raced through everything I'd seen since finding the place. The canned beans, the fresh fruit with bite marks, the small pile of clothes folded neatly on one corner of the table. Whoever had been here wasn't just passing through. They'd made this their refuge, their hiding spot. And yet, outside, the snow was untouched. No footprints led away from the door, no sign of departure or arrival. It didn't make sense. I pressed my forehead against a tree, trying to slow my thoughts. The cold air smelled sharp pine needles, damp earth, and something faintly metallic, like old blood or rust. My fingers trembled, and I clenched my fists to stop them from shaking. I had to keep calm. Panic wouldn't help me now. The forest around me was quiet, almost too quiet. No squirrels chattered, no wind stirred the branches. Only the distant, irregular bark of a dog echoed through the valley. I turned my head sharply, scanning the shadows between the trees. Was it just an animal? Or something else? I couldn't decide. I thought about the footprints again. If someone had been hiding here, how were they moving unseen? The snow was fresh enough that any steps would have been visible, especially around the shelter. Unless they were using a different route, maybe a hidden trail or a path I hadn't noticed. I shivered. The thought that someone might be stalking me unsettled every nerve. "Okay," I muttered aloud, voice brittle in the cold air. "You want to play this game? Fine. But I'm not the one who's going to lose." I stood slowly, the bark digging into my back, and moved toward the shelter. The windows were fogged up, but I could just make out the outlines of the table and chairs inside. I wiped a spot with my sleeve, revealing the smudged fingerprints again. They weren't fresh, they were smeared, like whoever pressed their hands here had been desperate, scared. Or maybe just careless. There was a sudden noise, a twig snapping underfoot, and I froze. My breath hitched, and I scanned the tree line. Nothing moved. I tried to steady my breathing, long and slow. I wasn't imagining it. Someone was close. I whispered, "I know you're there. I'm not here to hurt you." Silence. Complete silence. The air grew colder, the shadows longer. I thought about my little cabin up the ridge, warm and safe, waiting for me. But now, it felt like a distant dream. I circled the shelter one last time, then pushed the door open. It creaked, and the stale smell of damp wood and old smoke hit me. The fire pit was cold. The blankets on the bed were folded tight, untouched for days, maybe weeks. But the food on the table, fresh bread, half-eaten cheese, was impossible to ignore. I sat down heavily on the wooden chair, my fingers brushing the table's rough surface. I could almost hear someone breathing, just behind the walls. Watching. "Who are you?" I said quietly, no answer. "Why are you hiding here?" The silence pressed down, thick and suffocating. After a long moment, I realized I wasn't alone. A soft shuffle came from the corner of the room. I turned slowly, heart caught in my throat. A figure stood there, barely visible in the dim light, thin, ragged clothes, eyes wide and wild. No tool, No aggression, just fear. Relief and suspicion tangled inside me. I'm not going to hurt you, I said again. I just want to understand. The figure shifted, voice trembling. I didn't want to scare you. I'm stuck. Their words hung between us, fragile but real. I asked, why here? Why like this? They looked away, voice barely audible. No one else would help. Not after what I did. I sat back, processing. This wasn't some stalker or threat. This was a person broken by the world, hiding from a past I could only guess at. My anger, my fear, they faded into something else. Sadness, maybe. Or empathy. I can't promise I'll stay, I said honestly. But I won't leave you to freeze out here. They nodded slowly, eyes shining with something like hope. It wasn't much, but it was something. We sat in the growing dark together, sharing the shelter's thin warmth. Outside, the forest held its breath, and the cold crept closer. But inside, for the first time in days, I felt a fragile peace. I thought about my journey, about the cabin waiting for me, and about the person beside me who had nowhere else to go. Sometimes, survival wasn't just about reaching a destination, it was about finding a way to carry others with you. When the stars finally appeared, bright pinpricks against the black sky, I knew I'd never forget this night, this strange, quiet truce between two lost souls in the wilderness. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Story 2, The Watching Pines, Silence Beneath the Canopy. The road was a ribbon of cracked asphalt, threading through thick pines that leaned in close like they were eavesdropping. It wasn't like I'd ever done this before. Camping, sure, but actual solitude? Not in years, not since college. I told myself it was time for a reset, no distractions, no buzzing phones, just me and the trees. I could almost taste the pine in the air, cold and heavy with silence, sharp and fresh. The sun was dipping low, casting long fingers of amber light through the canopy, and it bathed everything in that golden hour glow you see in postcards. Perfect, really. The cabin itself was small and squat, built from rough-hewn logs that smelled faintly of moss and damp earth. Inside, the floor creaked under my boots, the wood cold and uneven beneath my feet. There was a single window facing the woods, its panes a little wavy with age. I ran my palm over the chipped windowsill, feeling the faint grit of weathered paint and dust. The air smelled faintly of damp plaster and old wood smoke, like it had been closed up for a spell before I arrived. I unpacked slowly, more out of habit than necessity, setting out the few essentials I'd brought, a thermos, an old paperback I figured I might actually finish, and a flashlight that barely worked. The cabin's single bulb flickered weakly when I flipped the switch, throwing long shadows that danced against the walls. I caught myself glancing toward the window more than once, even though nothing was really out there yet. Dinner was a quick thing, a can of beans warmed on the tiny stove. I sat at the rickety kitchen table, the chair wobbling slightly under me, and chewed quietly. Outside, a bird called somewhere deep in the woods, its song wavering and distant. The smell of damp leaves rose through the cracked open door. It was sharp and earthy, and something about it settled my nerves. Or maybe it unsettled them. Hard to tell sometimes. As night fell fully, I decided to take a quick walk down the trail that curled away from the cabin. The forest around me thickened, the trees no longer just sentinels but looming shapes, their branches knitting tight overhead. The ground beneath my boots was soft with pine needles, muffling my steps. I could hear the faint rustle of something, small animals, probably scurrying just beyond the edge of the path. I stopped, listening. But the sounds had changed. It wasn't the natural chaos of the forest at night anymore. There was a strange order to it, like the animals had been hushed all at once, their usual chatter stilled. I could swear I heard the faintest shuffle, a deliberate movement, as if some invisible hand was pushing life away from the deeper woods and funneling it toward the paths. I laughed under my breath. Probably just my imagination. Maybe a fox or a raccoon moving through the underbrush. Nothing to get worked up about. Still, the silence was sharp around me, the kind that pricks your skin. I turned back, quickening my pace, telling myself I wasn't about to be the protagonist of some bad wilderness horror story. Back in the cabin, I double-checked the locks on the door and windows, a ritual that felt both silly and necessary. I ran my fingers over the latch, feeling the cold metal bite into my skin. The flashlight flickered again. I sighed and dropped into the creaking chair by the window, pulling my knees up to my chest. The forest outside was ink black now, but every so often, a pair of eyes would catch the lamplight and blink open. Rabbits, I told myself. Deer, maybe. Nothing more. I tried reading, but my mind kept drifting to those eyes, to the way the silence had thickened earlier, to the subtle feeling of being watched. The cabin felt smaller, somehow, as if the walls were closing in. My hands trembled slightly, not from cold, but from that creeping sense that something wasn't quite right. I told myself again, I'm overthinking it. The night stretched on, and I finally gave in to the exhaustion that had been lurking all day. I climbed into the creaky bed, the mattress uneven and smelling faintly of cedar and something faintly musty. The window was cracked open just enough to let in the chill, the night air cool against my skin. I fell asleep with the sounds of the forest in my ears, but not the usual ones. No chirping crickets, no rustling leaves. Only a quiet, calculated stillness, broken every so often by the soft footsteps of something moving just beyond where I could see. Morning came slow. I woke to a pale light filtering through the window, the air heavy and damp. The silence had lifted, but it was replaced by something else entirely. Outside, the animals were too close. A doe stood just beyond the porch, her eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Not the usual wary glance of a wild creature, but something sharper, almost deliberate. Behind her, rabbits sat motionless, their noses twitching as they watched. Even the birds perched in the trees seemed unnervingly still, heads tilted in unison, like they were waiting for something. I stepped outside, heart hammering in my chest. The air smelled the same pine and damp earth, but the quiet around me felt like a trap, as if I'd stumbled into some carefully laid snare. I told myself I was imagining it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, not just with the animals, but with whatever was moving them. And whatever it wasn't natural. The morning sun was weak, a pale smear behind the thick trees, as if it couldn't quite decide to show itself. I stepped down from the porch, the rough wood creaking beneath my boots. The dirt was cool and damp, the air carrying the sharp scent of pine and something else, something faint, like smoke or maybe damp leather. That smell wasn't natural out here. At least, it didn't belong. I wrinkled my nose and glanced around. Nothing moved beyond the edge of the clearing, but the silence was deeper now, as if the forest was holding its breath. I wanted to shake the unease, to tell myself it was just animals acting weird. But the way they watched me, it was like they were waiting for a signal. Herded. Herded by someone. Or something. The thought made my skin crawl. Inside the cabin, I found my notebook and a pen. I sat at the small, rickety table, the wood cold against my palms. I wrote, animals close, watching with odd intensity. Sounds quiet, almost controlled. Smell of smoke or leather in the air. The words felt inadequate, like I was trying to describe a dream that slipped through my fingers the moment I woke. But it was the best I had. I knew I couldn't stay outside long. The longer I lingered, the more I felt eyes on my back, human ones, not just animal. The rational part of me kept whispering that I was overthinking, that maybe a hunter or some local had been nearby, and the animals were just fleeing toward me. But then, why so many? And why no sound? No crackle of a branch, no rustle of leaves? The forest was too quiet, too still. I decided to explore the trails. Maybe I could find something, tracks, signs of people, anything. I grabbed my jacket, the fabric stiff and unfamiliar after being folded in the corner all day. The cabin door creaked shut behind me, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones sharp in the quiet. The trailhead was less than 100 yards away, a narrow path cut through the trees, littered with pine needles and broken twigs. I stepped quietly, ears straining for any sound. A bird called once, a sharp, brief note that shattered the stillness. Then silence again. The ground was soft, the earth damp from last night's rain. I spotted faint footprints pressed into the mud, too large for any animal I knew. I knelt down, brushing dirt away with my fingers. The prints were uneven, like someone was walking carefully, maybe trying not to leave too much evidence. I followed the trail deeper into the woods. The trees closed in around me, their trunks thick and gnarled, branches tangled overhead so the light barely touched the forest floor. The smell of smoke grew stronger. It wasn't fresh, not like a campfire, but old, faint, like leather that had been burned and left to rot. I tugged my jacket tighter around me, the chill settling into my bones. Then I saw it. A small clearing, partially hidden by a curtain of hanging moss. And in the center, a pile of old animal bones, clean to near white, stacked like some kind of crude altar. My breath hitched. The site felt deliberately arranged, not random. Nearby, a circle of stones, each one smooth and dark, sat half buried in the dirt. I stepped closer, heart pounding. Something was definitely here. Something methodical. Suddenly, a rustle from the bushes. I froze, every muscle tense. A figure emerged, thin, hunched. A man. His clothes were dirty and torn, his face shadowed beneath a hood. His eyes caught mine, sharp and cold. No smile. No greeting. Just that same unsettling intensity I'd seen in the animals. Why are you here? His voice was low, rough, but not unkind. More curious than hostile. I swallowed. I'm staying in the cabin. Just for a few days. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. You shouldn't be here. Not alone. I wanted to ask why, but the words stuck in my throat. Instead, I said, do you know what's been happening? The animals. They've been acting strange. He didn't answer right away. Then, almost like he was talking to himself, he muttered, they're scared. Herded. Herded by those who don't belong. I frowned. Who doesn't belong? He looked away, scanning the trees as if expecting something to appear. The ones who want control. They come at night. Move quietly. Herd the wildlife to keep you trapped. The words felt like a puzzle piecing itself together in my mind. This wasn't just about animals. It was about people. Someone was out there, manipulating the forest, shaping it like a cage. Can you help me? I asked. I don't know what to do. He hesitated, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, folded map. There's a way out. A path they don't watch. But it's dangerous. You have to move before dark. My fingers closed around the map, the paper thin and fragile. I looked back toward the cabin, then at the man. The forest seemed to lean in closer, the shadows deepening beneath the trees. Why are you helping me? I asked. He shrugged, a ghost of a smile flickering. Because I used to be trapped too. The weight of his words settled over me. I was no longer just a visitor. I was caught in something far bigger than I'd imagined. As I turned back toward the cabin, the animals watched from the edges of the trees, their eyes unblinking. The silence was no longer empty, it was waiting. Watching. And somewhere in the distance, I thought I heard a faint whistle, soft, deliberate. I didn't want to look back, but I couldn't stop myself. I didn't want to look back. The forest pressed in, thick and oppressive, shadows folding like dark cloth beneath the trees. My breath caught when I caught sight of those eyes again, dozens of them, gleaming faintly beyond the undergrowth, glinting with an intensity that felt far too deliberate to be natural. The man's map was still folded in my pocket, a fragile thread to some escape I couldn't yet fully grasp. I took a slow step toward the cabin, every twig and leaf crunching too loudly underfoot. The soft whistle that had drawn my attention earlier floated again, this time closer, more precise, like a code or a signal. It wasn't the wildlife. It was human. The memory of the man's words tangled in my mind, because I used to be trapped too. I wanted to believe him. I needed to. But the way the forest seemed to hold its breath told me something darker was lurking beneath all this quiet. Something deliberate. Calculated. Watching. Waiting. That night, the cabin was a dim refuge against the weight of the forest. I locked the door with trembling hands, even though I knew locks were just pieces of metal. Outside, the silence wasn't empty anymore. It was alive. It was waiting for me to slip up. I spent the night sitting by the window, watching. The animals had gathered again, deer, raccoons, even a fox, each frozen in place, their eyes reflecting the moonlight like little mirrors. They weren't just watching me. They were waiting. Herded, like the man said. Herded by someone. Something. Morning came too soon. The sun spilled cold and gray through the mist, and with it, a creeping realization. This place wasn't just remote, it was a trap. I unfolded the map carefully, tracing the faded lines with a finger. The path the man had marked twisted away from the main trail, dodging the known patrol routes. At least, I hoped it was patrols. Whoever or whatever was corralling the wildlife wasn't interested in subtlety. It was herding, controlling. Like a shepherd with a flock, but the sheep were terrified, and the shepherd unseen. I needed to move before nightfall, the man said. But moving meant stepping into the unknown, a gamble with no guarantees and no turning back. The cabin's worn floorboards creaked under my weight as I packed a small bag, a bottle of water, a flashlight, some granola bars pressed into a plastic wrapper that crinkled louder than I wanted. I paused, fingers brushing the cold metal of the stove handle, wishing for something, anything, that could give me a sense of safety. Then it hit me, the animals weren't just trapped. They were bait. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee bitter on my tongue as I thought it over. The forest wasn't just a cage for me. It was a stage, and I was the unwitting actor. Where was the man now? I hadn't seen him since he handed me the map. Had he vanished into the trees? Or worse, was he part of this too? A sudden rustle snapped my head toward the window. A small bird sat perched on the sill, its head tilting as if curious. I blinked, and it flew away. That's when I noticed the footprints. Wet, fresh, human footprints pressed into the soft earth outside the cabin. Not far from the door, and definitely not mine. I stepped outside, the damp air thick with the scent of pine and something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. Iron? Blood? I couldn't tell. The footprints led toward the edge of the forest, away from the main path and deeper into the shadows. The forest wasn't just watching me. It was being watched too. I debated whether to follow the trail or stay put. Logic said stay. Instinct screamed move. I couldn't shake the feeling that if I didn't follow those prints, I'd never know what was coming for me or why. The sun slipped behind the clouds, turning the sky a sullen gray. Shadows lengthened. The whisper of the wind through the branches sounded less like nature and more like voices, low, urgent, warning me. I was out of options. I stepped onto the path marked on the map, the forest closing around me like a living thing. Every snap of a twig made me jump. Every rustle felt like footsteps just behind me. My heart hammered loud enough to drown out the birdsong, or was it silence now? I wasn't sure anymore. Halfway down the path, I stopped. The trees thinned, revealing a clearing bathed in a strange, unnatural quiet. The animals were there again, but this time they weren't scattered. They were gathered in a tight circle, heads down, bodies tense. The fox from last night stared straight at me, unblinking, its eyes full of something I couldn't name. A low whistle cut through the air again, sharp and clear. My blood ran cold. Then I saw them, figures stepping out from the shadows beyond the clearing. Men, I think. Their faces hidden beneath hoods, their movements deliberate and slow. No words spoken, just that whistle echoing between them, a signal that tightened the noose around me. I wanted to run, but my feet were rooted. My fingers clenched into fists, nails biting into skin. The map in my pocket felt heavier than ever. One of them stepped forward, and I caught a glimpse of his eyes, cold, calculating, unblinking. Recognition flickered there, like he'd been waiting for me all along. Lost? His voice was low, almost casual. But it carried a weight that pressed down on me like a stone. I opened my mouth to answer. Nothing came out. The animals shifted, the circle tightening. That fox's stare never wavered. I was trapped, just like the man said. But this was something else entirely. No turning back now. The path stretched out ahead, but the forest had closed behind me. And the watchers had finally revealed themselves. The man's voice lingered in the cold night air, low and casual, but weighted like a boulder pressing on my chest. The animals shifted again. The fox, its amber eyes locked on mine, didn't flinch. The rest, those shadowy figures in the trees, moved with a calculated stillness, herding the wildlife closer like some cruel shepherd gathering sheep into a pen. I noticed then the unnatural silence around us, the usual forest symphony had stilled, replaced by a thick, expectant quiet that pressed against my skin like damp cloth. I couldn't move. My feet were rooted to the dirt, my hands clenched so tightly my nails bit into my palms. The map in my pocket felt heavier than ever, a useless weight. That's when I realized I wasn't just being watched, I was being hunted. Or worse, studied. The man stepped forward, and I caught a faint whiff of something sharp, like pine needles crushed underfoot mixed with the stale tang of sweat. His breath was steady, but there was a coldness to it that made my stomach twist. His hood slipped slightly, revealing a sliver of a scar along his jaw, pale and puckered. "Why are you here?" he asked, voice dropping another notch, almost a whisper now but louder than the silence around us. I wanted to lie. I wanted to say I was just passing through, that I was lost, that I didn't mean any harm. But the words stuck somewhere in my chest, thick and impossible to form. Instead, I swallowed hard and shook my head slightly. No. I didn't trust myself. Behind him, the other figures shifted, moving almost imperceptibly closer. The circle shrank tighter around me. The fox sat still, unblinking, watching. The deer beyond it didn't run, they simply stared with wide, glossy eyes that made my skin crawl. The animals weren't afraid, they were waiting. And so was I. I tried to steady my breathing, but the cold air burned my lungs. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but where? The forest had swallowed the path. The trees loomed, thick and unyielding, their branches like skeletal fingers clawing at the sky. The ground beneath my boots was rough and uneven, rocks and roots pressing into my soles, reminding me with every step that this wasn't a place meant for running. "Look," I finally said, voice shaking. "I don't want trouble. I'm here to get away. To think." My hands opened slowly, palms out, the universal sign of peace. "I didn't mean to stumble into whatever this is." The man's eyes narrowed. For a moment, I thought he might laugh, but instead, he shook his head slowly. "You don't get to just wander through here," he said, voice low but steady. "Not anymore." "Not anymore?" I echoed, confusion mixing with something sharper fear. Maybe. What changed? He looked past me, toward the dark woods beyond the clearing, where the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches whispering secrets I couldn't hear. "It's not the forest," he said. "It's us. People like us. We keep it safe." "Safe?" I frowned. "Safe from what?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he gestured to the animals, the fox, the deer, the silent crows perched on gnarled branches overhead. "They're watching," he said simply. "Waiting for the right moment. They're part of it. They help." I blinked, the pieces swirling in my mind. Was this some kind of twisted game? A cult? I wanted to laugh, but the cold knot in my stomach wouldn't let me. "What do you want from me?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. The man's gaze sharpened. "To see if you'll play." A shiver ran down my spine. The wind picked up, rustling dead leaves across the ground, carrying with it a faint, almost imperceptible whistle. The same whistle I'd heard earlier. It echoed between the trees, bouncing back and forth like a sinister call. The circle tightened again. I took a small, careful step backward, feeling the rough bark of a tree bite into my back. My breath came in short bursts. The fox rose slowly, muscles coiled and ready, eyes gleaming with a predatory intelligence. It was no longer just an animal. It was part of this sinister performance. "Play?" I repeated, voice cracking. "What kind of game?" The man smiled then, a thin, cold curve of his lips that didn't reach his eyes. "The kind you don't want to lose." Suddenly, the other figures moved as one, breaking the circle. They began walking toward me, slow, deliberate steps that echoed in the hollow silence of the forest. My mind screamed at me to run, to fight, to do something. But my legs wouldn't obey. "I'm not playing," I said, voice shaking. "I just want to leave." One of them stopped a few feet away, crouching low. For the first time, I saw his face clearly, young, sharp features, eyes dark and unreadable. He reached out, fingers brushing against the rough bark of the tree beside me, as if marking territory. "You already lost," he said softly. "By being here." The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something else, smoke. No, something sharper, metal. My stomach churned. I glanced around, heart hammering against my ribs. The forest was still, but the tension was thick enough to taste. The man with the scar stepped forward again. "We don't hurt people," he said, voice eerily calm. "Not unless they force us. But you're here now. You have to decide. Stay and join, or leave and be hunted." "Be hunted?" I echoed, swallowing hard. "By who?" He smiled again, but it was colder this time, more like a warning. "By all of us. And the forest." I wanted to laugh, to call it nonsense, but the weight of their gazes, the unnatural stillness of the animals, the tightening noose of this circle, they made the threat real. Not because they said it was, but because I felt it in my bones. A sudden rustle in the underbrush made me jump. A small sound, maybe a rabbit or a squirrel, but it echoed like a gunshot in the quiet. The fox's ears perked up, and the others shifted again. I woke to a stillness that felt heavier than any silence I'd known before. The cabin was cool, the wood floor cold beneath my feet, and the faint smell of damp earth seeped in through the cracked window. Outside, the animals had not moved. Not a single sound stirred the early morning air. I peeled back the curtain and froze. They were there. Every one of them, just beyond the trees, deer, foxes, rabbits, even a lone coyote frozen in place, their eyes locked on the cabin like they were waiting for something. It was the way they watched that put the knot in my stomach. Not just curiosity. It was calculation, a collective stillness that spoke of something deliberate, a trap carefully laid. I had spent that night on edge, listening to the forest's unnatural hush. Usually, the woods at night were alive with the rustle of leaves, the calls of owls, the crack of branches as small creatures scampered. But not here. Not then. Instead, there was a shifting quiet, like the animals were being funneled, herded towards the trails as if by an invisible hand. I turned from the window and paced. The cabin felt smaller now, the walls pressing in. The thought kept creeping back, this wasn't just nature doing its thing. It was something or someone manipulating the wildlife, corralling them for a purpose I couldn't yet grasp. The sun climbed higher, and with it came a faint breeze that stirred a few leaves across the porch. I stepped outside cautiously, the wooden planks creaking beneath my boots. The animals didn't flinch. Instead, they took a slow step forward, then another, until they formed a rough circle around the cabin, maintaining that unnerving distance, their gaze unwavering. I swallowed hard. The hair on my arms prickled. I tried to remind myself that they were just animals, that I was overthinking things. But I knew better. The way those eyes followed me, it wasn't natural. It wasn't random. Later, I ventured down the trail toward the nearest road, hoping to find a way back or at least some sign of other people. The woods were silent, the usual sounds stifled, and the weight of unseen eyes pressed on my back. The trail narrowed, and I noticed footprints in the mud, distinct from any animal track. Human footprints. Fresh ones. That's when I realized the truth. The animals had been herded into this perimeter, herded by people. Someone was out here, orchestrating this unsettling theater. Someone who wanted me to feel watched, isolated, vulnerable. I ran back to the cabin, heart thudding, ears straining for any sound other than my own ragged breathing. When I got to the porch, the animals were still there, still watching. But the footprints, now there were more, circling the cabin in a pattern too precise to be accidental. I barricaded the door as best I could with the furniture. Not because I thought it would keep anyone out, that was foolish, but because the act itself steadied my shaking hands. I needed something solid to focus on, something that reminded me I was still in control, however slight. Hours passed. The animals remained motionless, their eyes gleaming like dark jewels in the fading light. Then, just as dusk was settling, I heard voices. Low, deliberate. Human voices, speaking in hushed tones, weaving through the trees like a thread of smoke. I pressed my ear to the wall. They were close, close enough that I could hear the crackle of dry leaves underfoot, the occasional cough or clearing of a throat. They weren't shouting or threatening, just waiting. Waiting for what? I didn't know. But I knew that whatever this was, it wasn't a coincidence or a friendly visit. The night stretched on. I didn't sleep. I sat by the window with my back against the wall, watching the shadows flicker as the moonlight filtered through the leaves. The voices came and went, sometimes near, sometimes fading into the distance. The animals stayed, statuesque sentinels in the darkness. By morning, The voices had disappeared, and so had the animals. The forest seemed to breathe again, the usual chorus of birdsong and rustling leaves returning like a fragile promise of normalcy. I packed my things slowly, every movement deliberate. I didn't want to leave, not because I was afraid of what might happen if I stayed, but because I realized I couldn't outrun what I'd experienced. The forest had changed me. I had entered it expecting solitude and found something far more unsettling, a reminder that even in the quietest corners of the world, human presence could bend nature to its will, turning sanctuary into snare. As I walked down the trail for the last time, the sun warming my face, I glanced back once. The cabin stood silent, dwarfed by the endless stretch of trees. No animals. No shadows. Just the memory of their watchful eyes and the echo of voices that had vanished like ghosts. I didn't look back again. The road was close now, the sound of a distant engine growing louder. Relief surged, but it was tempered by a lingering unease. I knew this place, this experience, would stay with me. Not as a nightmare to forget, but as a caution carved deep into my bones. Some places aren't meant to be found. Some silences aren't natural. And some eyes, no matter how wild, can be herded by hands unseen, waiting patiently for the moment to close the trap. I stepped onto the asphalt, the rough surface grounding me. The world felt louder here, harsher in some ways, but it was real. I was free. Or so I told myself. Story 3, Forest of Grasping Branches, Nature's Malevolent Watch. I never thought the forest could feel so deliberate. I'd arrived late afternoon, carrying a pack too heavy for the trail, but I didn't care. The sky was that clear, bruised blue you get just before dusk, and the air smelled sharp pine needles crushed underfoot, wet earth, and something faintly sweet, like rotting fruit tucked beneath the brush. The kind of place where the quiet works its way beneath your skin if you let it. I set up my tent in a small clearing, the kind of spot that seems perfect until you realize the ground's uneven and the trees crowd in too close. I remember thinking the branches looked too tangled, their tops scraping the sky in a way that felt more like grasping than growing. But I shrugged it off, blaming the late hour and my own exhaustion. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, I got a fire going, or at least, I tried. The wood was damp in spots, and the smoke just kind of hung there, twisting slow and thick into the air. I ate a handful of trail mix, the stale nuts and dried berries tasting oddly metallic, maybe from the sweat on my fingers or just the weirdness settling in. The forest was alive with sound then. Birds calling somewhere far off, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush, the occasional snap of a twig. I liked that noise. It felt like proof I wasn't alone, that the world was still turning as it should. I remember sitting back against a tree, my legs stretched out, and listening. The wind stirred the leaves above me, making a soft crackling like whispered secrets. I told myself stories about the people who camped here before me, the ones who probably never left, who built fires and told jokes and didn't bother worrying about shadows. But as night deepened, I noticed something odd. The trees around my tent, they seemed to lean inward, slowly, as if something unseen was pulling at them. At first I thought it was the wind, but the air was still, the kind of still that presses against your skin and fills your ears with nothing. I got up, flashlight in hand, and circled the tent. The branches didn't just sway, they shifted, bending with a strange purpose, like fingers inching closer. I blinked hard, wondering if my tired eyes were playing tricks. Maybe it was the moonlight, casting strange shapes, or the shadows stretching longer than they should. I whispered to myself, it's just trees. Trees don't move like that. But they did. I retreated into the tent and zipped it closed, my breathing loud in the silence. Outside, the forest seemed to hold its breath. The usual chorus of insects and distant calls had vanished. Silence. Complete silence. Sleep didn't come easily. Every rustle, every creak of the branches felt amplified. I kept checking the zipper, imagining eyes just beyond the fabric, watching and waiting. I knew how that sounded, but the feeling was real, the way the air thickened, how the darkness felt too close, too heavy. Around 2 in the morning, I thought I heard footsteps. Soft, deliberate, crunching on dry leaves. I froze, heart thudding so loud I thought it might echo through the tent. I told myself it was an animal, a deer maybe, or a raccoon. But the steps didn't scatter or change direction. They circled the clearing, slow and steady. I wanted to call out, but the word caught in my throat. Instead, I pulled my jacket tighter around me and tried to listen past the pounding in my ears. By dawn, the forest was a hushed, breathless shell. Not a single bird. Not a single rustle. The world felt paused, waiting. I unzipped the tent and stepped out. The trees were bent now, all of them leaning inward, branches arching over like a cathedral made of limbs. The air was thick with that same sweet, rotten smell, stronger now. I looked around. No sign of animals, no tracks, nothing except the unsettling stillness. I wanted to tell myself it was nothing. That maybe the wind had finally come, bending the branches overnight. That the footsteps were just my imagination. But the silence told a different story. And it was just beginning. The sky, once a dull gray, was slowly bleeding into a deeper shade of twilight, as if the day itself was retreating in fear. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the chill creeping up my spine despite the thick fabric. The rotten scent clung to my nostrils, an invisible weight that made every breath a conscious effort. I inched forward, feet crunching softly on the brittle leaves that carpeted the ground, each step echoing through the unnatural hush. Then, a faint sound, something soft, almost imperceptible at first. The snap of a twig, distant but deliberate. My heart thudded against my ribs like a frantic drumbeat. I froze, straining my ears, but the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. The branches above creaked, swaying gently, but no breeze stirred. The smell grew stronger, the sweet rot now tinged with something metallic, like blood. I wanted to turn back, to run until the trees were nothing but shadows behind me. But something rooted me to the spot, a force older and darker than fear. Something watching, unseen yet undeniably present. The forest wasn't just silent, it was listening. And whatever was out there was waiting. The rotten scent lingered stubbornly in my nostrils, sharp and sweet and wrong. I swallowed hard, tasting the coppery tang of something sick in the air. I tried to shake the feeling that I was being watched, though I couldn't see a thing, just the slow, unnatural movement of the trees. That snap of a twig, a deliberate, calculated crack, had sounded again, closer this time. My ears strained in the thick blackness, searching for any other hint of life. But there was only silence. No rustle of small creatures, no distant owl hoot, no wind. I kept telling myself it was probably a deer or a raccoon, but it didn't feel right. It never did. I decided I had to check the perimeter. Maybe it was nothing, a trick of the mind, but sitting still felt worse. I grabbed my flashlight, its beam weak against the dense thicket of branches, and stepped out of the tent. The earth was damp, soft beneath my boots, the smell of decay stronger the farther I walked. The trees seemed to lean more aggressively now, their limbs twisting towards my small camp like bent fingers searching for a pulse. I tried to steady my breath, but it came out shallow and quick. The light flickered as my hand shook, casting long, jittery shadows that made the forest seem alive in a way it shouldn't be. I kept circling, careful not to stray too far, scanning the underbrush for anything unusual. Broken branches, footprints, something concrete. And then I saw it. A patch of disturbed earth, about 10 feet from the tent, where the leaves had been scraped away in a rough, uneven pattern. The soil was freshly overturned, loose and moist. I knelt down and ran my fingers through it. Their impressions, like the rough shape of a boot sole, but smudged and unclear. Whoever or whatever had been here was careful, but not careful enough. My pulse hammered in my ears as I looked up, the flashlight beam catching on something else, a faint, almost imperceptible scrape mark on the bark of a tree, about eye level. It was too high for a deer or a bear. I traced it with my finger, the bark rough and fresh, as if made with deliberate force. "Hello?" I whispered, my voice cracking. No answer. Just that endless, suffocating silence. I stepped back toward the tent, suddenly aware of the isolation pressing down on me. The forest felt like a trap, a circle closing in. My thoughts raced. Was someone out here? Watching me? Waiting? The idea made my skin prickle, but I tried to laugh it off. Probably just a hunter or some other camper. People get lost out here all the time. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't random. The way the trees bent, the fresh marks. It was deliberate. Planned. Back at the tent, I found my phone dead. No signal. Of course. I had expected as much, but the finality of it felt like a punch to the gut. No way to call for help. No way to explain any of this. I unzipped the tent flap and crawled inside. The darkness felt thicker here, like the walls themselves were closing in. I sat down, trying to focus. I needed a plan, something to keep my mind steady. I remembered the small notebook I'd brought along, a habit from previous trips. Scribbling notes helped me think. I pulled it out and flipped to a blank page. The words spilled out in jagged scrawl, trees bending. Scratches on bark. Disturbed earth. No animals. No sound. The list felt pitifully inadequate. I was grasping at thin air. I thought about calling my sister, Mara, but my throat tightened. She'd laugh it off, probably tell me I was imagining things. She always did when I got spooked out here. But maybe this time was different. I couldn't be the only one feeling the weight of this place. The night was dragging on. My mind kept replaying that snap, the way the branches moved. I tried to focus on the small comforts, the rough texture of the tent fabric beneath my fingertips, the faint hum of insects I half expected but never heard. Nothing. Then I remembered the small pile of supplies I'd left near the fire pit. It was a half-hearted attempt at a warning, a makeshift perimeter. I grabbed a stick and stepped outside again, the beam of my flashlight cutting a narrow path through the darkness. I started poking at the ground around the tent, looking for more signs. The farther I went, the more I noticed the subtle details, the way some leaves were crushed in a pattern not quite random, the faint impression of tire treads on a nearby dirt path that should have been abandoned. Someone had been here recently. Maybe watching. A sudden rustle to my right froze me in place. The beam swung sharply, catching on a shadow that slipped between the trunks. I held my breath. Nothing emerged. No sound followed. I shook my head, trying to clear the sudden surge of panic. Maybe a deer after all. Or a raccoon. But the way it moved, the deliberate silence, felt wrong. I retreated back to the tent, my steps hurried and uneven. Inside, I found the small flashlight I'd brought as a backup and checked the batteries. Good. I strapped it to my wrist with the elastic band from my sock. If I had to move in the dark, I needed both hands free. I sat down again, heart still racing, and tried to piece together what I'd seen. Why would someone want to watch me here? What were they hoping to find? The thought nagged at me, a dark thread weaving through the quiet. I almost laughed at myself for feeling so vulnerable, out here alone. But then I remembered the stories I'd heard. Missing hikers, campers found wandering miles off trail, eyes glazed and empty. People who vanished without a trace. The forest wasn't just trees and wildlife. Sometimes it sheltered people who didn't want to be found. I leaned back against the cool canvas, eyes fixed on the shadows beyond the tent flap. If someone was out there, waiting, I needed to find out who. And fast. The night stretched on, thick and unyielding. A low, deliberate tapping, like fingernails rapping against bark, coming from the edge of the clearing. Silence. Complete silence. And then a voice. Soft, almost a murmur. "Why are you here?" I froze. The voice was close. Too close. I swallowed hard and whispered back, "Who's there?" No answer. Only the tapping continued, slow and steady, like a heartbeat in the dark. The forest didn't breathe anymore. Not really. Not like it used to. There was no rustle of leaves, no crack of twigs under small paws, no distant bird calls breaking the heavy dark. Just silence. Complete silence, thick enough to press against my ears until I could hardly tell if my own breathing was real or a trick. I kept glancing beyond the tent flap, half expecting some movement, anything, but the shadows stayed still, like a paused movie. I rubbed my hands together, the rough canvas of my sleeve scraping against my palms. Cold sweat clung to my forehead. Something had changed here. I knew at the moment I woke up, the air tasting too still, too empty. The trees, the ones I'd noticed bending last night, hadn't straightened back up. Instead, their limbs angled inward, as if they were leaning in to listen or to watch. The branches moved with a slow, unnatural deliberation. No breeze could have done that. No wind would make the forest item like a crowd edging forward to block a view. I swallowed hard. The flashlight on my wrist cast a weak pool of yellow light. I shone it on the nearest tree. The bark was scraped raw in places, rough and ragged like someone had clawed at it. Maybe they had. The thought sent a chill that wasn't just from the cold creeping in under the tent's flaps. I needed to move. But where? My mind raced through all the options. Head back toward the trail? No. Too risky, and I wasn't sure I'd find it in this darkness. Wait for dawn. That felt like asking to be an easy target. And then there was the nagging question, who was out there? Whoever they were, I'd caught their attention, and that was never a good sign. The silence pressed in again. I thought I heard something, a soft shuffle, like someone shifting their weight just beyond the trees. My heart slammed against my ribs like a warning drum. I blinked, tried to steady my eyes. Nothing. Just the long shadows dancing in the flashlight's beam. Hello? My voice cracked, barely above a whisper. I know you're there. No answer. Only the cold, watching trees. I pulled myself out of the tent, boots crunching on dry leaves. The air was bitter, sharp against my lungs. The smell was different, too earthy, yes, but with an undercurrent of something else. Smoke? No, no smoke. Something metallic, faint but unmistakable, like the scent of old rust or a damp cellar. I stepped forward, each footfall loud in the quiet. The branches swayed again, slow and deliberate, as if they were reaching not toward me, but toward the tent. I glanced back. The canvas bulged slightly, the wind was still not moving. It was a subtle, terrifying suggestion that someone or something had been inside, pressing against the fabric. That's when I noticed the footprints. Half hidden in the dirt, but definite. They circled the tent, small and close together. Human. Not animal. I followed them with my flashlight, heart thudding so loud it drowned out the silence. The prints led to the edge of the clearing and stopped abruptly at the base of a tree. Then I saw it. A scrap of fabric stuck to a low branch, torn and frayed. The color reminded me of the faded green on my own jacket. My breath hitched. I wasn't alone out here. And whoever had been here had been watching me for a while. Maybe longer than I realized. The realization hit me like a punch. This wasn't a random encounter. It was personal. Calculated. I backed away slowly, scanning the dark woods for any sign of movement. My head swiveled, flashlight swinging. Something shifted. Or did I imagine it? A flash of a figure, gone in an instant. My throat tightened. I tried to call out again, but my voice caught. Instead, I pulled out my phone, fingers fumbling on the cracked screen. No signal. Of course. I'd known that, but hope had made me check anyway. I was cut off. Cut off and exposed. I crawled back inside the tent, heart hammering, and zipped the flap shut. The fabric felt thinner now, like paper. I pressed my back against it, listening. The forest was still. The trees ceased their slow bending, as if waiting for me to make the next move. I pulled out the small notebook I'd brought, flipping through pages filled with maps and scribbled notes. I tried to focus, to think logically, but my hands trembled so badly the pen slipped from my fingers. I remembered the stories I'd heard about this place. Not about ghosts or strange creatures, but people. People who used the forest as a trap, who preyed on those foolish or unlucky enough to wander too far. Hunters of a different kind, silent, patient, methodical. Could it be them? The missing hikers? The ones who never came back. I pictured their pale faces, eyes empty as they'd been described. What if they weren't victims, but something else entirely, something waiting, watching, waiting for me to slip up? I had to get out. But the path was gone. My usual sense of direction was scrambled by the dark and the distorted shapes of the trees. The forest had turned against me. That was the truth. The trees weren't just bending, they were blocking every exit, hemming me in like a cage. I stepped out again, flashlight shaking in my grip. I called their names, the voices of my family, my friends, anyone who might answer back. Silence. My breath steamed in the cold air, fingers numb. Then I saw it, a faint glow through the trees, not far away. Artificial light. A lantern? A campfire? No, too steady. Like a lamp hung from a branch. I hesitated. Should I approach? I wanted to believe it was help. Mist hung low over the empty field, swallowing the edges of the world until nothing remained but silence. I took a step forward, then another. The silence was absolute, but the forest felt alive with intent. The branches seemed to lean closer, as if warning me to turn back. But I kept moving. As I drew nearer, the glow revealed more. A makeshift campsite, abandoned but fresh. A circle of stones with no fire, a scattering of food wrappers, and most unsettling, a series of crude markings etched into the bark of surrounding trees. Not symbols, exactly. Letters? Words? I couldn't tell, but they were deliberate, threatening in their precision. I crouched, fingers tracing the rough cuts. Then I heard it. A voice. Low, calm, almost indifferent. You shouldn't be here. I spun around. No one. Just shadows. The voice came again, closer this time, a whisper carried by the wind. It's too late to leave. My chest tightened. The forest was no longer just trees and silence. It was a trap, and I was the prey. I took a step back, heart pounding in my ears, but the trees seemed to close in behind me. The path was gone. The night was swallowing me whole. And whatever was out here wasn't going to let me walk away. That light hung there like a question mark in the dark, steady and stubborn. I hadn't moved yet, my breath caught somewhere between hope and dread. The beam from my flashlight trembled against the bark of the nearest tree, and the silence pressed in tighter, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. No rustle, no snap of twig. Nothing but that dull glow. It had to be someone. It had to be. I swallowed hard, the cold biting in my throat, and forced myself forward. My boots crunched softly on the dry leaves, but even that sounded loud in the eerie stillness. The branches above creaked again, slow and deliberate, as if they were watching, waiting for me to get closer. I kept my eyes fixed on the light, which hung roughly eye level, swinging slightly like it was balanced on a crooked branch. No smoke, no warmth in the air. Just light. Artificial, unnatural in the depths of this forest. Then I heard it. A voice, low and cautious, barely more than a whisper. Is someone there? I froze, heart thudding painfully loud in my chest. The voice was male, maybe late 30s, but something about it wasn't right. It was too calm, too measured. Like he'd been waiting for me. Yes, I managed to say, my own voice rough and small. I'm lost. I don't know how I got here. The silence stretched for a long moment, then the voice came again. Lost is good. It keeps you quiet. I blinked, confused. What do you mean? Who are you? Names don't matter out here. Not anymore. The voice sounded closer now, as if the man was stepping through the shadows just beyond the trees. You want out? You'll have to do what we say. My pulse quickened. The logical part of me screamed to turn and run, but the path behind was swallowed by darkness and bent trees, just like before. The forest wasn't going to let me leave until it was ready. Or until they were. Who's we? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady, but the cold was making my fingers shake so badly I nearly dropped the flashlight. People like us. The man laughed softly, but there was no warmth in it. We've been waiting for someone to listen. Someone to understand. A shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to ask what he meant. I wanted to run in the opposite direction. But instead, I stepped a little closer. Why are you doing this? Why trap people here? The voice hesitated, then answered with a strange kind of calm. Because the world outside forgot us. Left us to rot. We're not monsters. Just survivors. There was something in the way he said it, like a warning, or maybe a plea. I wanted to believe him. To believe there was some reason behind all this madness. Then I heard it again. A soft shuffle behind me. I whipped around, flashlight swinging wildly. Nothing. Just the trees, their branches swaying gently like slow hands brushing the air. But that movement wasn't natural. Not anymore. The man's voice cut through the dark. Don't turn your back. I swallowed hard and turned back toward the light. From the shadows stepped two more figures, their faces obscured by the night but bodies tense and watchful. They didn't say a word, just watched. My breath caught. I counted 3 of them now, and I was all alone. One of the men took a step forward. You've been running for days. Tired. Hungry. Scared. We can help with that. I blinked, confused by the offer. Help? How? We have food. Shelter. A place where you won't be chased by the forest. The words sounded like a trap. A sick joke. Still, I felt the pull of exhaustion and hunger clawing at me. The thought of warmth and safety was almost too much. Why me? I whispered, voice cracking. The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Because you saw what others don't. You noticed the trees. Heard the silence. You're awake now. And we need you to stay that way. The phrase echoed in my mind. Stay awake. What does that mean? One of the others stepped closer, voice low and urgent. If you fall asleep here, you disappear. No one ever wakes up in this forest once they close their eyes. A cold sweat broke out along my back. I wanted to laugh, but the tremor in my limbs told me it was no joke. Maybe it was a warning or a threat. I didn't know, and I didn't want to find out. Look, I said, voice shaking. I don't want trouble. I just want to get out. The first man tilted his head, studying me like a specimen. Getting out isn't the point. You're part of this now, whether you like it or not. I swallowed again, gripping the flashlight as if it could somehow protect me. I don't belong here. No one does, he said softly. But we make it work. We survive. I woke to an unnatural stillness, a silence so complete it felt almost physical, like a weight pressing down on my chest. No birdsong, no rustling of leaves, nothing, only the faint, distant hum of a stream somewhere beyond the trees. At first, I thought I might still be dreaming, but the cold air on my face and the rough canvas of the tent beneath my cheek said otherwise. I sat up slowly, ears straining for any sign of life, but the forest was mute. The trees outside my tent, those same towering sentinels I'd noticed bending toward me the night before, stood motionless now, their branches frozen in those strange, deliberate poses. It was as if they were watching, waiting. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake off the creeping unease that had settled in overnight, but the silence only deepened. I pulled back the tent flap with a slow, cautious movement. The world outside was washed in the pale gray light of dawn, but it held none of the usual forest sounds. No birds fluttered overhead, no squirrels chattered or scampered across the leaf litter. Even the usual insects, the low hum of mosquitoes or the subtle skitter of ants, were absent. I walked out, my boots crunching loudly on the dry earth, the sound almost obscene in the quiet. The trees still leaned inward, their limbs curved like bony fingers reaching toward the spot where my tent had been pitched. It was disorienting. I kept expecting to see something, someone lurking just beyond the trunks. But nothing stirred. I remember thinking, this is impossible. No forest is silent like this. Something's wrong. I moved carefully, scanning the underbrush for any sign of disturbance. Then I saw it, footprints. Not animal tracks, but human footprints. Bare feet, pressed deep into the soft soil, circling the clearing where I'd camped. They weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. Maybe left overnight. My throat tightened. I told myself this was a place where people didn't come, but clearly, I'd been wrong. Someone had been here, close enough to watch me sleep. Watching me. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. I swallowed, forcing my legs to move more quickly now. I needed to get back to the trailhead, to safety, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed. I glanced back over my shoulder, nothing. Just the bending trees, their branches still drooping toward the ground, as if bowed under some invisible weight. I thought about my phone, buried somewhere in my pack. I hadn't checked it in hours. I dug through the bag, fingers trembling, and finally pulled it out. No signal. Not surprising this far in, but the frustration clawed at me. No way to call for help if I needed it. I forced myself to breathe slowly. Calm down. You're overthinking it. But even as I said it, I knew I wasn't. This place was different now. Changed. By mid-morning, I reached the trail, which was thankfully busier. A few hikers passed by, their cheerful greetings a balm to my frayed nerves. I asked about the forest, about the silence, about anyone camping nearby last night. None of them had seen or heard anything unusual. One woman mentioned a group of local hunters who sometimes set up traps in the area, but nothing more. I accepted their explanations with skepticism. Hunters, maybe. But the way the trees had moved, the way the whole forest seemed to lean in and watch, that wasn't just nature. Not really. It was deliberate. Calculated. Later, back in town, I sat in a diner, the smell of coffee and bacon filling the air, trying to piece it all together. I told myself the trees bending were just a trick of the wind, maybe some sort of rare weather phenomenon I hadn't noticed before. The silence? Could be the animals sensing human presence and retreating deeper into the woods. But the footprints, those were the hardest to explain away. Whoever had been there had left no other sign, no trash, no voices, no campfires. Just prints, as if they'd been stalking me, watching from the shadows. That night, I barely slept. Every creak, every wind gust outside my motel window made me jump. I kept imagining those slow, deliberate branches reaching out, beckoning me back. The next day, I reported the footprints to the park rangers. They took my account seriously, promising to investigate. A few days later, they found a series of hidden cameras near my campsite. Not wildlife cams, they were homemade, crudely assembled, and placed with obvious intent to surveil. It was unsettling. Someone had been watching me, studying me. I never found out who. No arrests, no explanations. Just the quiet knowledge that someone had been there, alone in the forest, bending nature to their will in the most subtle, unsettling way. I've avoided camping since. I'm not sure if it's the fear or the memory, but every time I close my eyes at night, I see those twisted branches, like long fingers reaching out just beyond the firelight. Still waiting. I don't pretend to understand what exactly I stumbled into out there, but it changed me. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the spaces I occupy, and who else might occupy them with me. Maybe that's the real horror, knowing that the forest isn't empty. That it's never really empty. That sometimes, the scariest things hide not in shadows or monsters, but in the quiet, watchful spaces between the trees, where you least expect them. I'm done looking back. For now, that's enough. Story 4, Shifting Forest, Reality's Distorted Trail. The first morning I woke up in the forest, it seemed perfectly ordinary. I unzipped the tent, stepped out, and stretched. The ground beneath my boots was soft with damp moss, slick in places where the morning dew hadn't yet evaporated. I had chosen this spot because it was near a small creek, a feature I'd marked on my physical map before the hike. I wasn't exactly a survival expert, but I'd done enough weekend trips to feel comfortable in the woods alone. The plan was simple. 3 days, no phone, no distractions, just me and the trees. I had wanted to escape the city's noise, the endless emails, the constant hum of people's expectations. The forest promised silence, a chance to reset. Except, when I looked downstream toward the creek, something felt off. The bend in the water that had curved sharply to the left yesterday now seemed straighter, almost unnaturally so. I knelt and ran my hand through the cold water, watching a cluster of leaves float past. They moved with the current, but the shape of the bank didn't match the contours I'd drawn on the map. I frowned, pulling it out of my jacket pocket. No signal. Not that I expected one, but still, a quick glance at the GPS app showed my location pinned somewhere else entirely. I laughed softly. Figures, I muttered. The forest always played tricks on navigation, Trees look the same when you're not paying close attention. I decided to hike upstream to confirm my bearings. The forest was thick here, pines and firs standing like silent sentinels, their trunks rough and patterned with patches of lichen. The scent was earthy and piney, the kind that clings to your clothes and hair. Birds darted overhead, their calls sharp and distant. I could taste the clean air, almost metallic from the humidity. As I moved, I noticed the narrow footpath I had followed the day before seemed less defined. Not overgrown exactly, but different. I stopped, trying to remember a particular cluster of ferns that marked a small clearing. It should have been just 5 minutes ahead. Instead, I found myself stepping into a tangle of brambles where none had been before. My hands brushed against the prickly branches, leaving small red scratches. I cursed under my breath and looked up, scanning the trees for the clearing. It wasn't there. Okay, I said aloud, though no one was around to hear me. Maybe I took a wrong turn. I backtracked slowly, trying to be deliberate, but the path seemed to shift subtly with every step. The moss that had carpeted the ground yesterday was patchier, and the stones I'd used as markers were gone, replaced by a pile of sticks arranged in a way that felt deliberate but meaningless. By early afternoon, the unease started to settle in. I reached what I thought was the creek again, but the water was farther away than before. The bank was steeper, the underbrush thicker. I knelt and looked downstream. The bend was there, but the shape was subtly different, as if someone had reshaped the land overnight. I could almost hear the faint scrape of dirt, the soft shift of earth. I shook my head. I'm tired, I told myself. You're just... A twig snapped behind me. I whipped around, heart thudding hard enough to drown out the birdsong. Nothing. Just the trees, swaying gently. No animals, no people. The forest was as still as a held breath. Still, I didn't like it. I hurried back to camp, the familiar trail now a jumble of confusing turns. When I finally saw the tent's bright orange fabric through the trees, relief flooded me. I collapsed against it, the fabric warm from the afternoon sun. That night, I lay awake listening to the forest's nocturnal sounds. Crickets chirped rhythmically, an owl hooted somewhere in the distance, and the creek babbled quietly. The air was cooler now, smelling of damp earth and pine resin. I tried to focus on my breathing, on the steady pulse in my ears. But I kept thinking about the path, and the creek, and the way the landscape seemed to have rearranged itself, just enough to make me question my own sense of direction. I told myself it was nothing. Trees fall, rivers shift course over time. Maybe heavy rain or a careless hiker had altered the terrain. I needed to rest, to clear my head. Yet, when I peeked outside before dawn, the creek looked different again. The bend had shifted further downstream, the water narrower and muddier. Even the large rock I'd used as a seat was missing. I rubbed my eyes, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched. The forest was too quiet this morning. No birdsong, no rustling leaves. Just a heavy stillness pressing down. I packed my day pack slowly, methodically. Double-checked my supplies. Tried to remind myself that I was here by choice. That I could leave whenever I wanted. Still, when I stepped outside and scanned the trees, the trail markers I'd made with bits of bright tape were gone. In their place, thin strips of cloth fluttered from branches, but in colors I hadn't chosen. Red and white. I didn't like the message they sent. I took a deep breath and started walking. But the forest was no longer the one I had entered. It was someone else's game now, and I had no idea how to win. The morning arrived slow and heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. I unzipped the tent flap cautiously and stepped outside. The creek was there, but wrong. The bend had shifted further downstream like a crooked smile, and the water was muddier, swirling in patterns that weren't there yesterday. The big rock where I'd rested was gone. Instead, the bank looked recently disturbed, the earth soft and damp, like someone had been digging or moving things around. My stomach twisted into a tight knot. I rubbed at my eyes, but the image didn't change. I was trapped in a forest that rewrote itself overnight. I grabbed my pack and started walking, fingers brushing over the red and white cloth strips hanging from branches. They fluttered weakly in the still air, their colors glaring against the gray-green backdrop. Whoever left them wanted me to see them. I didn't like what that meant. My own bright tape markers were nowhere to be found. The thought that someone had been here, after me, unsettled me more than the shifting creek. I pulled out my compass, but the needle wavered erratically, never settling. It was as if the magnetic field here was being tampered with. Maybe I was imagining things, but that didn't explain the way the terrain was changing underfoot. I decided to test my theory systematically. I spent the morning mapping the area with crude marks on tree trunks, scratches, not tape. I collected small stones and arranged them in patterns by the creek's edge, hoping they'd still be there later. I wanted proof. I needed to know what was real. By midday, the sun broke through the canopy in sharp shafts of light, warming my face. The forest smelled of damp pine and something else, smoke. No, not smoke. Something acrid and metallic, faint enough that I almost dismissed it. I moved toward the scent, which led me to a narrow footpath I hadn't noticed before. It was lined with broken twigs and flattened leaves, like someone had passed through recently. I followed it cautiously, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of my boots muted by the soft earth. The path curved sharply, and at the bend, I spotted a small clearing. In the center stood a wooden crate, weathered but not old, with strange symbols carved into its sides. I crouched down, heart hammering. The carvings looked like letters, but I couldn't make sense of them. I reached out to touch the wood, feeling its rough grain under my fingertips. Suddenly, a rustle from the bushes made me jump. I spun around, breath caught in my throat. Nothing. Just the trees swaying faintly in the breeze. I told myself to calm down, but my hands trembled as I stepped back toward the tent. That afternoon, I set up a perimeter with sticks and stones, hoping to detect any movement around my camp. I checked my phone again, no signal, no map updates. The GPS was useless. It was as if I'd been erased from every network. I tried calling out, voice cracking as I shouted into the emptiness. Nothing answered. Only the distant call of a dog, sharp and brief, echoed through the trees. It was a real sound, not imagined, but it faded quickly. I wondered who else was out here. Or what? Night came early beneath the dense canopy, and I lit my small lantern. The flickering light cast long shadows that danced on the tent walls. Sleep was impossible. Every crackle, every whisper of wind set my nerves on edge. I kept hearing footsteps, or was it my imagination? Just before I drifted off, I noticed something odd on the tent flap. A small bundle of cloth tied with twine, hanging where I hadn't left anything. I pulled it inside and untied it carefully. Inside were a few pine needles, a scrap of paper with the number 7 scrawled hastily in black ink, and a single, smooth pebble painted with a red dot. My breath hitched. A message. But from whom? And why? I stared at the bundle, the forest pressing in around me, and realized this wasn't random. Someone was here, watching me, playing a game with the land itself. The stakes were no longer about finding my way out. They were about survival. I didn't know what came next, but I knew I couldn't wait. Tomorrow, I'd follow the clues wherever they led. If I was going to be trapped in this shifting maze, I needed to understand the rules. And maybe, just maybe, find the player behind it all. Night deepened, the shadows thickening like ink pooling beneath the trees. I tightened my grip on the bundle, feeling its weight both physical and symbolic. The forest seemed to breathe around me, every rustle a whisper, every crack a signal. I forced myself to move, carefully tracing a path that didn't feel like the way I'd come. Each step was measured, cautious, as if the ground itself might shift beneath my feet. Questions swirled in my mind. Who had left this here? Were they helping me or setting a trap? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. But hesitation was a luxury I couldn't afford. Survival meant action. With a final glance over my shoulder, I plunged deeper into the darkness, following a thread only I could sense unraveling through the night. Continuing from what happened before, with the memory fresh in my mind, the night was a thick, suffocating blanket, and I moved through it like a ghost, the bundle heavy in my arms. I found a hollowed-out tree stump and sank down beside it, dropping the bundle at my feet. The air smelled of damp earth and pine needles, sharp and raw. I unwrapped the cloth carefully, my fingers brushing against something smooth and cold. A small, weathered notebook. The cover was cracked, edges frayed, but the pages inside were filled with neat, deliberate handwriting. Maps. Notes. Coordinates that didn't match any of the ones on my GPS or paper map. Lines crisscrossed, item pointed in impossible directions. I flipped through it, trying to make sense, but everything felt deliberately confusing. A maze within a maze. I heard something then. Footsteps? No, too light, like a deer. But no deer would be so silent. I froze, every muscle tensing. The forest held its breath with me. No sound followed, just the slow rustling of leaves. I told myself it was nothing. It had to be. Morning came, pale and hesitant, the sun filtering through thick branches and thin, golden beams. I woke with a start, the notebook clutched against my chest. The forest around me looked different. The landmarks I'd memorized the day before, the gnarled oak, the split rock, the moss-covered log, had shifted. More than shifted. Rearranged. Like puzzle pieces moved while I slept. I stood and walked cautiously, retracing steps I thought I knew. The path curved sharply where it hadn't before. The air tasted metallic, a faint but unmistakable scent of damp concrete. Concrete? Out here? I stopped, scanning the underbrush, my breath shallow. Then I saw it, an old, rusted manhole cover half buried in the dirt, edges cracked and swallowed by moss. I'd never noticed it before. How could I have missed something so obvious? The realization hit me hard. This wasn't just a natural forest. It was a constructed trap, or at least partially engineered. Someone had been here, not long ago. Someone who knew this land like the back of their hand. And they were using it against me. I flipped through the notebook again, eyes skimming the pages for any clues. One entry caught my attention, scrawled hastily in the margin, no signal beyond this point. They watch from the edges. I swallowed hard. Not edges of the forest. Edges of my path. The edges where I thought I could escape. I tried my phone. No signal. The screen blinked, no surface, like a mocking beacon. The GPS was useless, spinning endlessly, lost in a digital fog. I was trapped in a place where technology failed me completely. I paced, the soft crush of leaves underfoot the only sound. Then I found something else, fresh footprints pressed into the wet earth, too large for mine, too deliberate to be animal tracks. They circled around my camp, then vanished into the thicker trees. Whoever had left them was careful, methodical. Tracking me. I pulled the notebook closer, scanning for any hint of who they might be. Names. Codes. Nothing that made sense. But one phrase repeated, almost like a mantra: control the maze. Control the mind. It echoed in my head, a warning or a taunt. By midday, I realized I wasn't just lost. I was being hunted. Not with tool, but with patience and manipulation. The forest was a living trap, shifting and changing beneath my feet. I had no idea how long this had been going on, or why I was the target. I thought about turning back, retracing the way I had come. But the path, it wasn't there anymore. The landmarks that had guided me were moved or erased. I was deeper inside the maze, and the exit was a mirage. I sat by the manhole cover, heart thudding against my ribs like a warning drum. I tried lifting it, but it was sealed tight. What lay beneath? Pipes? An underground tunnel? Some kind of hidden lair? The thought sent a chill through me. Whoever was doing this had resources. Had planned this. I realized then that I crossed a point of no return. There was no walking away from this without answers. And answers meant confronting whoever was behind the shifting forest. I whispered to the trees, half to myself, half to the unseen watcher. Why me? Why this? Silence. Complete silence. Night fell again, darker and colder than before, the forest no longer just a backdrop but an active participant in a game I didn't understand. I wrapped myself in my jacket, clutching the notebook like a lifeline. Tomorrow, I thought, I'd follow the footprints. I'd find the edges of the maze. I'd find them. But even as I said it, I doubted I could. The forest was alive now, and I was just a piece on its board. The pieces were moving, but was I the player or the pawn? A flicker of light caught my eye, a small, distant glow, shifting through the trees. A reflection? A flashlight? Or something else? I stood slowly, every muscle screaming in protest. The maze was no longer just a place, it was a state of mind. And I was running out of time. The light vanished before I could blink. I knew I shouldn't move, but I had to. Sitting still made me feel like prey, like I was waiting to be swallowed whole. Clutching the notebook against my chest, I forced myself to step forward, each footfall careful, deliberate, barely stirring the brittle leaf litter. The trees loomed, dark and strange, their shapes warped in the half-darkness. Every shadow seemed to twitch with intention. I told myself the light was just a flashlight, maybe someone else camping or hiking. But the forest had been empty, at least. That's what I told myself every time I heard a noise, every time the landmark shifted. Why here? I whispered to the night. The words felt foolish, but I needed to say something, anything, to keep the panic at bay. The air smelled damp, like wet earth and decaying leaves, but beneath it was something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. The scent pricked my nostrils, and I backed away a step. Then I heard it, a soft crunch, like deliberate footsteps on dry twigs. Slow, measured. Not far. Maybe just beyond the next ridge. My heart tried to leap out of my chest. I wanted to run, but my legs felt glued to the soil. I glanced at the notebook again, where I'd scrawled the strange movements of the trees and the footprints. They were fresh. Someone was out here, and they weren't just rearranging branches for fun. The forest wasn't just a maze anymore. It was a trap. I swallowed hard and started walking toward the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones, trying to keep my voice steady. Hello? I'm not looking for trouble. My words felt absurd in the vast silence. No answer. Just the sharp crack of another twig breaking underfoot. I stopped, squinting into the darkness. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, and the trees seemed to lean in, watching. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and shallow. The metallic smell was stronger now, like iron or something sharper. Then, from somewhere close, a voice soft, almost a whisper, but laced with something cold and deliberate. "You shouldn't be here." I spun around, heart hammering, eyes darting through the gloom. "Who's there?" "Show yourself." Silence. Then a slow, deliberate step forward. A figure emerged, barely visible, outlined by the faintest moonlight slicing through the branches. A man. Mid-30s maybe, dressed in worn outdoor gear, face half hidden by a hood. His eyes caught mine, sharp, assessing. "Why do you keep coming back?" His voice was low, almost tired, like this was a conversation he'd had too many times. "I'm not coming back. I'm lost." My voice cracked. "I want to leave. I want answers. You're the only one who can give them." He laughed, but it wasn't a sound of humor. It was bitter, like the bark of a trapped animal. Answers don't always set you free. Sometimes they tie you tighter. I shuffled forward, the notebook still clutched in my hand. "I don't understand. Why are you doing this? Moving the trees, leaving footprints, making me chase shadows?" He paused, then gestured broadly to the forest around us. "This place, they call it a forest, but it's more like a cage. People come here thinking it's empty, peaceful. They don't see the history, the scars beneath the soil." I frowned, trying to follow. "History? What scars?" "People," he said simply. "People who disappeared. People who got lost and never came back. I'm just reminding them. Reminding the world." The words sank in like a stone. I wanted to argue, to say I wasn't one of those people. But the cold wind sliced through my jacket, and I realized he wasn't bluffing. "Why me?" The question escaped before I could stop it. He looked away, fingers twitching as if wrestling with some unseen weight. "Because you noticed. Because you didn't just wander blindly. You asked questions, dangerous questions." I glanced down at the notebook, the pages fluttering in the night breeze. The scribbles, the maps, the notes, they were proof I wasn't just another lost soul. Then what? What happens now? The man's eyes locked onto mine again, darker than the shadows around us. "You keep walking. Keep trying to find your way out. But every step you take, remember, this forest isn't ordinary. It's alive in its own way. And it doesn't like being watched." A sudden rustle nearby made me jump. My breath hitched. He smiled, a thin, humorless curve. "That's your cue." I didn't wait for another word. Turning sharply, I sprinted through the underbrush, branches whipping my face, roots snagging my boots. The forest was a blur, a twisting maze of shadows and shapes shifting beneath the moonlight. Behind me, I heard footsteps, not his, but heavier, faster, closing in. Panic surged. My lungs burned, my legs screamed. I knew the forest was against me, but I couldn't stop. Not now. Not when I was this close. Branches slapped my arms, leaves smacked my cheeks, and I tripped over a hidden root, sprawling face first into the dirt. Pain exploded in my palms, but I scrambled up, heart pounding like a drum in my ears. I risked a glance back. The man was gone. But the footsteps kept coming, steady, relentless. I had no idea who, or what, was hunting me now. The forest had turned from a cage into a predator. And I was the prey. I ran blindly, desperate for a landmark, any sign of the edge. Then, through the tangle, a faint glow appeared again, this time closer, flickering like a candle in a draft. I veered toward it, hope and dread tangled tight. The ground beneath me shifted suddenly, soft, uneven. I stumbled into a shallow pit, hidden by leaves and shadows. The light hovered just beyond the rim, the glow warmer, steadier. A voice, calm and cold, floated down. "Welcome to the heart of the maze." I pressed my hands against the damp earth, fingers trembling, the notebook dropping forgotten into the dirt beside me. I was trapped deeper than ever. The morning air was cold, sharper than any before. I woke with the taste of damp earth in my mouth, the campfire cold ash beneath my fingers. The sky was a pale gray curtain, and the forest around me felt smaller somehow, as if the trees had leaned in overnight. I sat up, muscles stiff, eyes scanning the shadows where the landmarks should have been. But they weren't. The twisted oak that used to mark the eastern path now stood behind me like an accusing sentinel. The moss-covered boulder I'd circled yesterday was nowhere in sight. I swallowed hard, the familiar disorientation rising like bile. The forest was rearranged again. I shoved my pack on and moved cautiously, ears straining for anything out of place. A soft rustle, leaves shifting, or someone else. I stopped, breath shallow, listening. Nothing but the distant drip of water and a bird's hesitant call. No footsteps, no voices. Still, the feeling lingered. I was being watched, or worse, led. "Come on," I muttered, voice brittle. "You can't keep doing this." The map app on my phone flickered uselessly, no signal again. The screen froze on a blank grid that mocked me. I tried every direction, every trail, but the forest had become a labyrinth without walls, a shifting puzzle I couldn't solve. I thought about the man I glimpsed the day before, thin, pale, eyes too steady for comfort. He vanished when I looked again, like a ghost or a trick of light. No, not supernatural. Just human. Someone out here, pulling the strings. I forced my legs into motion, retracing my steps to the last known landmark, the crooked birch with its scarred bark. But it wasn't there. Instead, a narrow path opened, flanked by jagged rocks that hadn't been there before. I hesitated, then followed, the crunch of leaves beneath my boots loud in the stillness. The path wound tighter, the trees pressing close, branches scraping my jacket with a dry rasp. My skin prickled, a low hum of dread in my chest. The forest was no longer a place to explore, it had become a trap. After an hour of walking, the path ended abruptly at a clearing I didn't recognize. A small cabin, weathered and dark, sat crooked against the horizon. Smoke curled from its chimney, thin and gray. I froze, heart hammering. Someone lived here. Someone had been moving the forest, and now I was on their doorstep. I stepped forward cautiously, the scent of wood smoke mingling with damp pine. The door creaked open before I could knock. The man from before stood there, thin as a reed, eyes sharp yet oddly tired. "Didn't expect you to find it," he said, voice low but not unfriendly. "What is this place?" I asked, swallowing the lump in my throat. "A shelter. My shelter." His gaze flicked to the woods behind me. "You've been wandering in circles because I wanted to see you." "See me?" I echoed, disbelief curling in my stomach. He nodded slowly. "You're not the first to come here. People get lost in the forest, but most don't try so hard. I wanted to know why you were different." I stared. "Why? To trap me? To scare me?" No, his expression softened. "To understand. To protect." His words hung between us, fragile and strange. I wanted to shake him, demand answers, but something in his tired eyes stopped me. He gestured inside the cabin. "Sit. Let's talk." The cabin was cramped, the air thick with the smell of wood smoke and old books. A small stove hissed quietly in the corner. I sank onto a rickety chair, the wood rough beneath my fingers. He sat opposite me, hands folded. Years ago, someone else came here, lost like you. But they didn't survive. The forest is dangerous, not because of animals or weather, but because people can be cruel, careless. I've been trying to keep it safe, in my own way. I wanted to believe him, but the manipulation, the fear, it was too much. Why me? Why trap me like that? He sighed. Because you didn't give up. You looked. You noticed the details. That means something. Maybe you belong here. I shook my head. I don't belong anywhere like this. The words tasted bitter. I came for peace, not this. He nodded, almost sadly. Peace is hard to find. Even harder to keep. But you made it through the maze I built. That's something. I looked out the cabin window, at the forest that had both imprisoned and revealed me. The shifting trees, the missing landmarks, it had all been a test, or a warning, or maybe just a way to reach out. I wasn't sure anymore. You can leave, he said quietly. The paths will stay true now. I won't interfere. Relief surged, but it was tangled with anger and exhaustion. Why help me at all? Because someone has to. He stood, moving to the stove to pour 2 cups of bitter tea. And because sometimes the forest chooses who it watches. I took the cup with trembling hands, the warmth seeping into my palms. The tea was sharp, smoky, grounding. We sat in silence, the forest breathing just beyond the thin walls. The man's presence was unsettling but no longer threatening, just a reminder that people could be both protectors and prisoners here. As the afternoon light waned, the forest outside seemed less hostile, less alien. The shifting landmarks became stories, memories, warnings I'd carry with me. When I finally stepped back onto the trail, the path was steady beneath my boots. The forest wasn't a maze anymore, it was just a forest. Quiet, indifferent, real. I didn't look back. The sky stretched wide and open, the air crisp with the promise of escape. My hands stopped trembling. My breath found rhythm. I was leaving, but I was different. Wiser, wary, and somehow more alive. And the forest would remember me, as I would remember it, an echo of fear and strength, forever intertwined. Story 5, Digital Sabotage, Malicious Workplace Undermining. The morning started like any other, gray light leaking through the blinds, the distant hum of traffic already waking the neighborhood. My first task was to review the latest updates on the Meridian project, the one I'd been spearheading for months. I kept meticulous notes, version controls, and backup files stored in 3 different places because experience taught me that data vanished when you least expected it. But this morning, the folder was empty. Blank. The file I'd been working on last night had disappeared. I stared at the screen, blinking hard. Maybe I'd opened the wrong directory. No! I checked my backup drives. Nothing. Not even a trace. The files I'd been obsessively organizing since January were gone. My throat tightened as I clicked through every folder, every subdirectory. It was as if the project had been wiped clean. I leaned back, the chair creaking beneath me, and rubbed my eyes. That's when a ping from my inbox pulled me back. An email, forwarded to my entire team, with a subject line I hadn't written but that included my name. I opened it carefully, and my stomach dropped. The message was a distorted version of something I'd drafted weeks ago, phrases rearranged, sentences twisted to sound dismissive, even cruel. It was a mockery of my own words. The tone was off, deliberately harsh. I tapped my fingers on the desk, heart picking up speed. Who would do this? And why? We worked closely, but we weren't exactly friends. Competition simmered beneath the surface, subtle and quiet. But this felt different. Personal. The office was unusually silent except for the low clatter of keyboards and the occasional murmur from the far side of the room. The flickering fluorescent light overhead made the edges of my vision dance. The air was cooler than usual, and I wrapped my sweater tighter around my wrists, almost like I was bracing against an unseen chill. I tried to brush it off. Maybe a glitch. A prank. But the sinking feeling deepened when I noticed my calendar invite for a client meeting had been deleted. Not just by accident, someone had actively removed it. The meeting was scheduled for tomorrow. Important, unavoidable. The kind of thing that could unravel weeks of careful preparation if missed. I stared at my phone, debating whether to call IT or just let it go. The problem was, I wasn't sure I could trust anyone here. The line between helpful colleague and competitor was thinner than I thought. My mind raced through faces, voices, casual comments from the last few weeks. That smirk from Tanya during the last meeting, the way Mark lingered a little too long by my desk, pretending to ask about the project but really just watching. I shook my head. Paranoia? Maybe. But the files. The emails. The meeting invite. It felt deliberate. A soft knock at my office door pulled me from the spiral. It was Rachel, from HR. She had that overly bright smile that never reached her eyes. "Morning," she said, stepping in without waiting for an invitation. "Got a minute?" I nodded, gesturing to the chair opposite me. She sat down, smoothing her skirt and glancing at my screen. "I've been meaning to check in. Heard there were some issues with your project files?" "I'm not sure what happened," I admitted, trying to keep my voice steady. "They just disappeared. And then there was that email," I trailed off, not wanting to sound hysterical. Rachel leaned forward, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "You know how things get around here. People want to get ahead. Sometimes that means pressing a few buttons in the right places." Her words weren't a warning. They were a confirmation. I swallowed hard, the weight of it pressing down on my chest. This wasn't just a rivalry. It was a campaign. Against me. The office clock ticked loudly, each second dragging like a slow drip of cold water. I could feel eyes on me, though no one was actually looking. Maybe it was just my imagination. I rubbed the rough plaster of the wall beside my desk, the texture grounding me, reminding me I was still here, still real. But who was I now? The files were gone. The emails twisted. My calendar emptied. I wasn't just competing anymore. I was being erased. Piece by piece. Outside, a dog barked in the distance. The sound was sharp, sudden, breaking the quiet. I closed my eyes and let the tension roll through me like a wave, then resolved to find out exactly who was behind it. Because if I didn't, I'd soon be nothing more than a ghost in this office, a name forgotten in the endless shuffle of corporate survival. I opened my laptop again, fingers hovering over the keyboard. Time to dig in. Carefully. Quietly. Because whoever was doing this was watching. And they were good. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. Every keystroke had to be precise, every search deliberate. Shadows shifted outside the window, but I kept my focus. This was far from over. I sat back, the chair creaking beneath me like an old warning. The files. The emails. The calendar wiped clean. None of it could be accidental anymore. Someone was deliberately cutting out my work, my presence, like a surgeon with a scalpel. But why? And who? I opened the folder where my project documents had lived, only to find it painfully empty again. This time, I copied the folder path and pasted it into the search bar on the company server. The history showed recent deletions, timestamped for the middle of the day when I'd been away in meetings. Someone with access, someone who knew exactly when I'd be gone. A slow, sinking feeling settled in my stomach. I wasn't just losing files, I was losing ground. My career. My reputation. Maybe I hadn't noticed it before, but the office felt colder tonight, the fluorescent lights flickering with a kind of hostility. I leaned closer to the screen, scrolling through my sent emails. That's when I found it, the forwarded message. An email I never sent, addressed to my manager, with edits so cruel and deliberate they left no doubt. Someone was trying to make me look incompetent, careless, even unprofessional. The tone was sharp, mocking. A phrase I never would have used, completely bungled the numbers, was underlined in bright red. My fingers trembled as I hovered over the reply button, debating whether to send a message to IT or confront my manager directly. I remembered last week's casual chat with Lila from accounting, how she glanced at me, her smile too quick, too forced. Could she be involved? Or was this someone else entirely? The office door creaked. A janitor, his cart squeaking as he passed down the hall, breaking the silence. I glanced up. No one else was here. The sound of his mop sloshing against the tile floor echoed faintly, then faded. I returned to my screen. If I was going to fight back, I needed proof. Hard evidence that this wasn't just a glitch or a misunderstanding. I opened the security camera feed on my laptop, usually restricted, but a bug last week had given me temporary access. The footage from earlier that afternoon showed Karen, from marketing, lingering near my desk for a suspiciously long time. She glanced around nervously before opening my laptop and pulling out a USB drive. Her expression was sharp, almost triumphant. I pressed pause and stared at the frozen frame, the harsh overhead light throwing shadows across her face. Karen hadn't been on my radar before. But now, she was a suspect I couldn't ignore. I leaned back, the chair creaking again, and ran a hand through my hair. The air felt stale, thick with tension. The hum of the computers was louder now, like a low, constant buzz in my ears. I could almost hear the office whispering secrets, the walls closing in. I decided to check my backups, the cloud storage where I diligently saved every version of my files for the past 6 months. The last backup was a week old. Worse, some files were corrupted, inaccessible. Sabotage, no doubt. Whoever this was didn't just want to erase my work, they wanted to erase my history. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Stop digging. It's better for everyone. I stared at the screen, my breath caught somewhere between anger and disbelief. The message reeked of threat, but in the most clinical way possible. No shouting, no demands, just cold warning. The silence after the buzz was almost louder than the message itself. I wanted to reply, to ask who they were, why me, but my fingers froze. What if it made things worse? What if this was just the beginning? I shut the laptop lid and stood, the floor cold beneath my feet. The office smelled different now, less like burnt coffee, more like stale fear. A faint draft brushed the back of my neck, and I spun around, half expecting to see someone watching. Nothing. Only the flickering light above, its irregular pulse casting long, uncertain shadows. I knew I couldn't trust anyone here. Not really. But I had to find allies. Someone who wasn't part of this silent war. I thought of Jonah, the sysadmin with the quiet laugh and the habit of humming while he worked. He was an outsider, like me in some ways. Maybe he noticed things others didn't. I glanced at the clock. Nearly midnight. The building was supposed to be empty, but if I was going to expose this, I needed help, and fast. I grabbed my coat and headed for the stairs, the echo of my footsteps bouncing off the cold walls. The elevator was out of service. I wasn't surprised. It had been acting up all week, just like everything else. As I descended, the smell of mildew and cleaning chemicals grew stronger, mixing with the faint scent of something metallic again. My skin prickled. Near the stairwell landing, I heard a soft tapping. Not random, deliberate. Someone else was here. I held my breath, listening. The sound stopped. "Jonah?" I whispered, though I wasn't sure if I wanted him to answer. A door creaked open somewhere below. Footsteps, slow, measured, approached. I pressed myself against the rough plaster wall, heart hammering. The stairwell lights flickered, then steadied. A shadow appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Not Jonah. Looking for someone? The voice was low, casual, but with an edge that sent a chill down my spine. I swallowed hard. The stairwell suddenly felt like a cage. "Who's there?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady. No answer. Only the sound of footsteps retreating, fading into the dark. I waited, counting the seconds. Silence. Complete silence. I wasn't alone in this anymore, but I was definitely in deeper than I'd ever imagined. Back at my desk the next morning, the office was buzzing with the usual chatter, but I could barely focus. One thing was clear: whoever was behind this wasn't just erasing my work. They were erasing me. And I was running out of time. Back at my desk the next morning, the usual hum of keyboards and low murmurs felt like background noise I couldn't quite tune into. The fluorescent lights above flickered, casting a pale glow that made the stale office air smell sharper, like burnt coffee mixed with something sour, maybe the leftover sweat of yesterday's stress. I kept glancing at my email inbox, half expecting another cryptic message or an impossible file to vanish the moment I clicked on it. But nothing new had appeared yet. Just the same cold silence from the digital void, taunting me. I stared at the empty chair across from mine. Jonah never showed up for work today. Not surprising, considering the stairwell incident last night. The way that Shadow had spoken, soft, deliberate, but with a tone that made my skin crawl, it was clear I wasn't dealing with simple office politics anymore. I wasn't just losing files or emails. I was being hunted in a place I'd once thought safe. I rubbed my temples, fingers sticky from the cheap hand sanitizer I'd been overusing. The details from last night gnawed at me like a persistent itch I couldn't reach. Who was that Shadow? Why had they followed me into the stairwell? The usual suspects, Marla, Ted, or even Jonah, didn't fit that cold, measured voice. It was someone else, someone who wanted to send a message without showing their face. As I refreshed my inbox for the 100th time, a new email popped up. The sender's address was my own. My heart lurched. I clicked it open, hands trembling despite my best efforts to stay calm. The email was a forwarded message I'd never written. The subject line, Project Delta Urgent Revision Needed. The body contained my last project report, but with cruel edits in red font. Entire paragraphs crossed out, notes scribbled that made me look incompetent and careless. Comments like unacceptable, needs complete overhaul, and did you even review this, scrawled by an anonymous hand. I swallowed hard and scanned the headers. The IP address wasn't mine. Someone had hacked my account, or worse, had access to my computer when I wasn't looking. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. My professional identity was being dismantled piece by piece, and I was helpless to stop it. My phone buzzed a text from an unknown number. I hesitated before opening it. Stop digging. It's not worth it. No signature. No indication who had sent it. I pocketed the phone, feeling the weight of invisible eyes pressing down on me. The office suddenly felt smaller, suffocating. I glanced around. Everyone was busy, oblivious, or maybe complicit. It was hard to tell. I decided I needed to confront someone. Someone real. I dialed Jonah's number, hoping he'd pick up. After a few rings, his voicemail answered. "Jonah, it's me. Call me back. Things aren't right." I hung up, exhaling sharply. No response. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, each second dragging me closer to some unknown edge. I packed up my laptop and files, deciding to leave early. The thought of spending another minute under those flickering lights made my skin crawl. Outside, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was crisp, the scent of rain lingering from a morning drizzle. The city was noisy, honking cars, distant sirens, the occasional bark of a dog. Life moved on, indifferent to my unraveling. As I reached my car, my phone buzzed again. Another text, same unknown number. "Meet me tonight. Stairwell. 8 p.m. Alone." I stared at the screen, disbelief and dread mixing in my chest. The stairwell, the same one from last night. It was a trap, obviously. But ignoring it felt impossible. If I walked away now, everything I'd worked for, every shred of my career, would be buried beneath lies and sabotage. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? Someone is erasing my files and sending cruel emails from my account? They'd laugh me off or chalk it up to workplace drama. No! This was on me. I drove home in a daze, the streetlights blurring past like streaks of judgment. The apartment was quiet, too quiet. I noticed a faint smell of something metallic, like pennies or rust, but couldn't find the source. My hands trembled as I set my laptop on the kitchen table and booted it up, scanning for any signs of tampering. There it was again, a folder labeled "Not for you." I hadn't created it. Inside were screenshots of my emails, my calendar, my chat logs, every private detail laid bare. And at the bottom, a single line of text file, "You can't hide." I sat back, the chair creaking beneath me. The room felt colder, the shadows longer. The sense of being watched, of being exposed, was overwhelming. I looked at the clock. Almost 7:30 p.m. I debated telling someone, a friend, my sister, but the words stuck in my throat. If whoever was doing this wanted me to be alone, to feel isolated and paranoid, they were succeeding. The stairwell at the office was a narrow, concrete tomb. Last night, it had felt like a cage. Tonight, it would be a crossroads. I left my apartment early, the evening air biting at my skin. The city's usual noise was muted, like the world held its breath. When I arrived, the building was mostly empty, just a few cleaning staff in the lobby, their carts clattering faintly. I slipped inside, heart pounding. The stairwell door was unlocked, swinging slightly as if inviting me in. I hesitated, fingers brushing the cold metal railing. The faint smell of damp concrete mixed with something else, old paper, maybe? Or burnt toast. My mind was racing. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step echoing. Halfway up, a scrap of paper fluttered to the ground. I picked it up. A handwritten note, "You're too late." I looked up. Shadows gathered in the corners of the room, swallowing the last remnants of the fading daylight. Then, a voice whispered from the darkness above. "Welcome back." I swallowed hard, my throat dry. There was no turning back now. I looked up. The stairwell stretched above me, a tunnel of shadows and concrete that seemed to swallow the dim light from the single flickering bulb overhead. The note, "You're too late," was crumpled in my hand, its edges damp and rough against my skin. There was no echo of footsteps, no sudden movement. Just silence. Complete silence. The kind that presses down on your chest and makes breathing a conscious effort. I swallowed hard, trying to steady the tremble in my fingers. The stairwell felt colder than before, the stale scent of damp plaster mixing with something sharper, metallic, like old pennies or dried blood. I wasn't sure. The muscles in my neck tightened as I debated what to do next. Go up. Go back down? To the lobby, the street, anywhere but here? But I couldn't leave it. Not this time. My shoes scraped against the rough concrete as I climbed, slow and deliberate. Each step felt louder than it should, every sound amplified in the narrow shaft. I imagined eyes watching from the darkness above. Or below. It was absurd, but I couldn't shake the feeling. Halfway up, the light flickered violently, plunging me into darkness for a split second before sputtering back to life. A cold draft swept past me, carrying a faint whisper, too faint to catch words, but sharp enough to make my skin crawl. My breath hitched, and I pressed my back against the wall, the roughness digging into my shoulder blades. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, thin and brittle. No reply. I forced myself to continue. Every step was a question. Every shadow a threat. At the landing, the door to the next floor stood ajar, a sliver of yellow hallway light leaking through the gap. I pushed it open, the hinges creaking like a groan in the silence. The corridor looked normal, too normal. The beige walls, the faint smell of cleaning solution, the distant hum of fluorescent lights flickering overhead. Nothing out of place. Until I saw the papers. They were scattered along the floor, strewn like leaves caught in a sudden gust. My project files. The ones I had been so meticulous about. The ones I had sworn no one could touch without me knowing. I knelt down, heart pounding so hard I was sure it could be heard in the empty hallway. The papers were soaked through, the ink smeared and illegible. As I brushed one aside, a sticky, cold sensation clung to my fingertips. Coffee? Worse. Something thick, dark, and unmistakably unpleasant. A shuffling sound came from the far end of the corridor. I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled. Footsteps? No, heavier. Deliberate. The slow, steady thud of someone approaching. I swallowed again, the taste of bile rising in my throat. I had to get out, but the stairwell door behind me had slammed shut with a bang that rattled the walls. I was trapped. The footsteps drew closer. I backed against the wall, trying to make myself small, invisible. My eyes darted to the emergency exit sign glowing dimly above a door at the corridor's end, too far. Too exposed. Then a voice. Low. Calm, but with an edge that sliced through the quiet. You shouldn't be here. I recognized it immediately. Mark. My so-called colleague. The man who smiled too easily and asked too few questions. The same man who'd subtly undermined me in meetings and forwarded my emails with cruel edits. What do you want? I forced the words out, voice barely above a whisper. A little advice. He stepped into view, the harsh hallway light casting deep shadows across his face. His eyes glinted with something cold and calculating. This is a game, you know. And you're losing. I swallowed, trying to steady my shaking hands. Why are you doing this? Why erase me? He shrugged, a slow, lazy motion. Because you don't belong here. Not really. You think you're the only one with ambition? Everyone's fighting. You just don't see the rules yet. I wanted to argue, to shout, to tell him he was wrong. He was the one who played dirty, who destroyed careers. But the words caught in my throat. Part of me was already defeated, swallowed by the darkness and isolation he'd built around me. Mark took a step closer, the scent of his cologne sharp and bitter in the stale air. "You're smart. Too smart for your own good. But intelligence isn't enough. Not here." My pulse thundered in my ears. I glanced down the hallway, the exit now just a few feet away. But between me and freedom was him. "Please," I said, voice trembling. "This has to stop." He laughed then, low, humorless. "It's only just begun." Suddenly, the lights flickered again, plunging the hallway into darkness. I heard a faint scuffling, him moving toward me, or maybe just shadows shifting. My skin prickled. I couldn't tell what was real anymore. I stumbled backward, tripping over the scattered papers. They crumpled beneath me, tearing as I fell hard against the wall. Pain flared in my hip, sharp and burning. Mark's voice cut through the dark like an item. "Look at you. So desperate." I forced myself to my feet, heart hammering. I could taste the dust in my mouth, metallic and dry. The exit was close now. Just a few steps. Then, silence. No footsteps. No voice. Only the faint sound of breathing, my own ragged and loud in the quiet. I risked a glance. Mark was gone. The corridor was empty, no sign of him. No clue where he vanished to. I pressed my back against the door, hands trembling as I unlocked the emergency exit and pushed it open. Cold night air rushed in, sharp and biting against my skin. The city outside was alive, noisy, indifferent. I stumbled out, heart still pounding, and didn't look back. A heavy silence pressed down on the house, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. But as I walked away, the note in my pocket crumpled against my fingers once more. "You're too late." And I knew, with a sinking certainty, that I wasn't done yet. Not by a long shot. The cold night air stunned my cheeks as I leaned against the metal frame of the emergency exit, my breathing ragged and uneven. I could still taste the dry dust, metallic and bitter, lingering at the back of my throat. The city hummed beyond the door, cars, distant sirens, the occasional bark from a dog somewhere down the block. Life went on, utterly indifferent to the chaos I'd just escaped. Mark had vanished. Just like that. No footsteps retreating, no whispered threats, no sign of where he disappeared to. It was as though the shadows themselves had swallowed him whole. I wanted to believe I'd imagined the whole thing, but the pain in my hip, sharp and throbbing, told me otherwise. So did the crumpled papers scattered at my feet, my files, my work, torn and useless. I slid down the door frame, the cold metal biting through my thin jacket, and let my head fall back against the wall. My mind raced, spiraling through everything that had happened these past weeks. The missing emails. The altered documents. The relentless erasure of my professional self. It wasn't just competition anymore. It was a deliberate, calculated assault on me. On who I was in this company. I closed my eyes, trying to steady my shaking hands. The night smelled faintly of rain, or maybe it was just the city's usual mix of exhaust and wet concrete. I could almost feel the weight of invisible eyes watching me, judging, waiting. But no! I was alone. I had to be. The next morning, the bruises on my hip were darkening, the skin swollen and tender. The office smelled the same: coffee, printer toner, stale air circulated through the vents. But everything felt different. I moved through the cubicles like a ghost, my usual confidence eroded by a creeping uncertainty. My coworkers glanced up briefly, their smiles polite but distant. I noticed subtle shifts. The way Janet avoided my gaze, how Tom lingered a little too long near my desk, pretending to check his emails. The office had always been a minefield, but now it felt like a cage. I sat at my desk, fingers hovering over the keyboard, hesitant. My email inbox was a battleground. Another message had appeared overnight, one I never sent, forwarded with a cruel edit that twisted my words into something bitter and unprofessional. I swallowed hard, the familiar sting of betrayal washing over me again. I decided I couldn't keep running. The files, the emails, the whispers, they were all pieces of a puzzle I had to solve. I started retracing my steps, sifting through backups, cross-referencing timestamps, looking for a pattern. It was tedious, frustrating work, but necessary. Every small discovery was a lifeline. A breakthrough came mid-afternoon. Hidden in the metadata of one of the corrupted files was an IP address. Not one I recognized from my own devices or home network. Someone had accessed my work remotely. Someone with enough knowledge to manipulate the system without leaving obvious traces. I felt a cold wave of realization. This wasn't just about office politics or jealousy. It was premeditated, technical sabotage. And that meant Mark wasn't acting alone. I shared my findings with HR, though I knew their support was often superficial. They promised to investigate, their voices clipped and rehearsed. I watched them nod, their expressions polite but unreadable. I didn't expect justice overnight, but it was a start. That evening, I sat alone in my apartment, the city lights flickering through the blinds. I let the silence settle, letting the tension in my body ease just a fraction. My laptop lay open, the screen casting a pale glow on my face. I wasn't sure if I was more exhausted by the fight or by the loneliness that came with it. I thought about how much I had changed. The eager, bright-eyed professional who'd started this job seemed like a distant memory. I'd learned to distrust smiles, to question every shadow, every whisper. But I'd also found a resilience I hadn't known I possessed. I wasn't invisible. I wasn't disposable. Days turned into weeks. The company conducted its investigation, quiet and thorough. Some of my files were restored, though not all. Suspicious accounts were flagged, and a few individuals were quietly moved to other departments. Mark resigned abruptly, citing personal reasons. I never heard from him again. The office slowly returned to a semblance of normal. But I didn't. I was more guarded now, more deliberate with my trust. I took extra precautions, regular backups, encrypted emails, detailed logs of every project move. I even started documenting interactions, conversations, odd moments that didn't sit right. The fear never fully left me. Not the kind that paralyzes, but the kind that sharpens. I learned to listen to the silence in the office, to read the spaces between words. I understood that sometimes, the most dangerous threats aren't the ones that shout but the ones that whisper, that erode from within. One afternoon, as I packed up to leave, I noticed a small note taped to my monitor. Neat handwriting, almost too neat. It read, "Don't forget who you are." No signature, no hint of who left it. I stared at it for a long moment. The words felt like a lifeline tossed across a chasm, or maybe a warning. I wasn't sure which. But I folded the note carefully and slipped it into my bag. Tomorrow was another day. Another chance to reclaim what was mine piece by piece. Outside, the city roared on, indifferent but alive. And so was I. Story 6, Maple Street distorted, unseen time shifts. Rain had stopped just before dawn, leaving the sidewalks slick and shining under the dim glow of street lamps. I zipped up my jacket and set off down my usual route, the one I'd taken for years, past the corner bakery where the smell of fresh bread always made me pause, then along the cracked pavement beside the old library that smelled faintly of mildew and aging paper. The city was just waking up. A distant dog barked, a garbage truck rumbled somewhere to the east, and the faint murmur of traffic hummed like an undercurrent beneath it all. The familiar rhythm soothed me. But as I turned onto Maple Street, something tugged at me. The street looked different. Not drastically, but enough to nudge that pit of unease deeper in my stomach. The streetlights flickered in a pattern I didn't remember. The usual peeling paint on the wooden fence was replaced with fresh, glossy white. A small garden that had been empty for as long as I could recall was now bursting with blooming tulips, bright and out of place for early April. I stopped and looked around, brow furrowing. Had I taken a wrong turn? I checked the map on my phone, but the screen was dim and the app was frozen. When it blinked back to life, the map showed a slightly altered version of the neighborhood, streets curved where they used to be straight, some houses missing, others added. I shook my head, blaming the early morning haze or maybe a glitch in the app. Still, I pressed on, telling myself it was nothing. Further down, I noticed a figure standing outside one of the houses. It was a woman in a pale yellow coat, her posture rigid. She stared straight ahead, unmoving. I recognized her instantly. Not by name, no, that would have been too easy, but by the way she held herself, the tilt of her head, the faint scar above her left eyebrow. It was Claire, a girl I had known back in high school, the one who had disappeared without explanation a few years ago. I blinked, expecting her to turn or say something, but she didn't. She seemed frozen, like a statue caught in a silent moment. I cleared my throat. Claire? The word felt strange, awkward, as if it didn't belong in the air. No response. My heart picked up pace. I wanted to call out again, to ask what she was doing here, but something held me back. The air felt heavier, charged. I glanced around. The street was eerily quiet, the usual hum of morning traffic replaced by a thick, oppressive stillness. No birds chirping, no distant voices. Just the faint tapping of rainwater dripping from the eaves. I took a hesitant step closer, and the woman blinked, or maybe she didn't. It was hard to tell. The moment felt suspended, like the world itself was holding its breath. A sudden rustle from a nearby trash bin startled me. A cat darted out, its fur matted and dirty, and disappeared down an alley. The spell broke, and the woman turned her head slightly, revealing a pale, almost translucent face. My stomach turned. She didn't recognize me. Or maybe she wasn't really there. I forced myself to move on, shaking off the chill crawling up my spine. The rest of the walk felt off-kilter, as if the city was playing tricks on me. I passed my old high school, the walls freshly painted, the playground empty but immaculate. A group of kids crossed the street, but their faces blurred, indistinct, like figures in a fog. By the time I reached the park at the end of the route, my hands were clammy, and my breath came in uneven bursts. The bench where I usually stopped to tie my shoelaces was gone, replaced by a patch of dirt and a newly planted tree. I crouched down and touched the rough bark. It smelled faintly of sap and earth, grounding me for a moment. I pulled out my phone to check the time, 7:32 a.m., and noticed a message from my sister. Call me when you're free. Something weird happened last night. I stared at the screen, a cold knot tightening in my chest. I wanted to reply, but the phone slipped from my fingers, clattering softly on the pavement. When I bent to pick it up, I caught a glimpse of a folded piece of paper wedged beneath a nearby bench. Curiosity overpowered hesitation. The paper was yellowed, edges frayed, and the handwriting was hurried but neat. They aren't gone. They're waiting. Find the truth before the silence swallows you. I blinked, heart hammering. The street around me was still empty, the morning sun struggling to break through low clouds. The city felt alive yet dead at once, a ghost of itself, or maybe a memory. I folded the note carefully, slipping it into my pocket. Something had shifted today. I could feel it in the way the air tasted like copper and dust, and in the way my name seemed to echo in the quiet. I wasn't sure what was happening, but I knew I couldn't ignore it. Not if I wanted to keep walking these streets without fading away myself. A faint hum stirred beneath the silence, drawing me toward the heart of the city's secret. The note burned a hole in my pocket as I wandered back toward the bench, as if the paper itself wanted me to remember. I needed to know what waiting meant, and who had written the note. The words felt urgent, like a whispered warning in a crowded room. Find the truth before the silence swallows you. That line kept looping in my mind, pounding louder with every step. I was standing at the edge of the square where the old grocery store used to be. The storefront was boarded up now, the faded sign hanging crookedly, peeling paint flaking like dry skin. It was the kind of place kids used to pass by without a second thought, but I remembered it differently, a hub of neighborhood chatter, the smell of fresh bread mingling with the damp air. The smell was gone now, replaced by something sour and metallic, like rust and old sweat. I pulled my phone out again, flipping through the photos I'd taken the day before. Faces frozen in time. People I recognized, caught just before they vanished, like snapshots of a world paused. I tapped on one, the image grainy and a little blurry. That woman, Mrs. Halpern, standing outside her porch with her shopping bags, frozen mid-step, her mouth slightly open as if she'd just called someone's name. The thought of her stuck there, caught between moments, made my stomach twist. I had to find out what connected them. What made these streets shift, these people disappear. The day dragged on, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. Not a person, exactly. More like the neighborhood itself was holding its breath, waiting. When I passed the corner where that little park used to be, I caught sight of a man sitting on a bench. He was perfectly still, head tilted down, hands folded on his lap. I stopped, heart skipping. His clothes looked old-fashioned, out of place, like he'd stepped out of a different decade. He didn't move as I approached, didn't acknowledge me. The air around him felt heavy, thick with something I couldn't name. Expectation? Warning? I cleared my throat. Are you okay? The words sounded weak, unsure. No answer. Just the faint hum again, low and steady, vibrating through the soles of my shoes. The man's head lifted slowly, and I caught a glimpse of his eyes empty, like the eyes of someone who'd forgotten how to blink. I blinked myself, and when I looked back, he was gone. That was when the knot in my chest tightened, and I knew this wasn't some random glitch or coincidence. There was a pattern. A message hidden in the shifting streets. Something I was meant to uncover. I spent the afternoon at the town library, digging through old newspapers and public records. The musty scent of aging paper filled the air, cold and heavy with silence, mingling with the faint tang of coffee from the cafe next door. I learned that several people had vanished without explanation years ago, Mrs. Halpern among them, along with a handful of others whose names now felt like ghosts. The articles were short, clinical, almost dismissive, but the missing persons reports told a different story. Families left with unanswered questions, communities fractured by silence. One name stood out, Daniel Harper. A teenager who disappeared in the same neighborhood 5 years ago. His case had gone cold quickly, but the details were strange. Witnesses last saw him arguing with someone on the street, someone no one ever identified. The police found his backpack near the river, but no sign of him. As I traced these threads, the sun dipped behind gray clouds, casting long shadows across the city. The streets I'd walked so many times felt unfamiliar, alien. I returned to the bench where I'd found the note, hoping for another clue. Instead, I found a small, folded photograph tucked beneath the wooden slat. I hesitated, fingers brushing the paper. The picture was black and white, grainy like the old newsprint in the library. It showed a group of people standing outside a rundown building, the same grocery store, back when it was still open. Among them was Daniel Harper, looking younger and alive, smiling awkwardly at the camera. Written on the back in the same hurried handwriting as the note were two words: "Look closer." I stuffed the photo into my pocket and glanced around. The street was empty except for a woman across the road, standing still with her face turned away. Her hair was tangled, and her posture rigid, as if she was listening for something. I thought about calling out, but the sound stuck in my throat. Instead, I watched her, heart pounding erratically. She suddenly turned, and for a moment, our eyes met. Cold. Distant. And then, just like that, she was gone. The city felt like a trap. A puzzle with missing pieces and no clear picture. I was beginning to understand that the silence wasn't just absence, it was a warning. A barrier. Driving home, the rain started light at first, then heavier, pattering against the windshield in a rhythmic, almost hypnotic pattern. I caught my reflection in the glass, pale and drawn, eyes rimmed with exhaustion. I tasted the bitterness of cold coffee still lingering in my mouth, my hands clammy on the steering wheel. What if I was next? If the streets were shifting because the past kept pulling people back into its shadows, what did that mean for me? That night, I couldn't sleep. The note and the photograph lay on the bedside table, their presence a silent accusation. I kept turning the images over in my mind, the faces frozen in time, the spaces between them filled with questions I didn't yet know how to ask. I knew I had to go back. To follow the clues before the city swallowed me whole, before I became another ghost in a forgotten frame. But as I drifted toward a restless sleep, the faint hum returned, low and insistent, threading through the silence like a pulse. It wasn't just in the streets anymore. It was inside me. Waiting. The night didn't let me rest. The hum was louder now, buzzing beneath my ribs like a warning I couldn't quite place. I lay staring at the ceiling, the photograph's edges sharp against the bedside table's worn wood. Faces frozen. Moments caught mid-air. The note's scrawled words haunted me. They're trapped. I'm trapped. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever pulled those people into the past wasn't some ghost story or trick of the mind. It was something else, something human. Something deliberate. Morning came gray and reluctant. I rolled out of bed with a soreness that wasn't just physical. My reflection in the bathroom mirror looked thinner, more drawn than the night before. The pale skin, the dark circles, signs of too many hours wrestling with shadows. I splashed cold water on my face, the sharp chill grounding me just a little. The past wasn't going away. And neither was I. I grabbed the photograph and the note, stuffing them into my coat pocket. If there was a thread to pull, I had to find its end. The streets outside were slick from overnight rain, the faint smell of wet asphalt mingling with the distant scent of brewing coffee from a corner cafe. I didn't want coffee, but I needed to move. The usual walking route was already shifting in my mind, edges blurring like a half-remembered dream. I walked. The city felt different today, not just because of the rain. The air was colder, sharper, as if the buildings themselves were holding their breath. I passed the old bakery, closed and shuttered for years, but the faint scent of cinnamon rolls lingered. Impossibly sweet and warm against the damp chill. It made my throat tighten. I found myself turning onto a street I hadn't seen in years, Elmwood. The cracked sidewalks, the faded yellow lines painted on the road. The corner where I used to wait for the bus, where a girl named Claire once smiled at me from behind thick glasses. I stopped. There she was, frozen. Claire, just like in the photo. Mid-laugh, one hand raised as if waving to someone. Her eyes caught mine, wide and unblinking. The people around her were motionless too, stuck in moments that felt like time capsules. I swallowed hard. My hands trembled despite the cold. "Claire?" I whispered, stepping closer. No response. Just the quiet city noises, distant car engines, a dog barking somewhere behind a fence, the rustle of dead leaves skittering across the pavement. I reached out, half expecting her to dissolve like mist. Instead, my fingertips brushed against the rough fabric of her jacket. Solid. Real. But then, the street behind me shifted. The familiar turned strange. The buildings warped subtly, their windows darkening as if swallowing the light. My breath hitched. A figure emerged from the shadows ahead, a man. Tall, his coat collar pulled up against the drizzle. His face was obscured, but I recognized a deliberate ease in his stride. Purpose. He stopped when he saw me, eyes sharp and calculating beneath a brimmed hat. There was no warmth there. No recognition. Just something cold, assessing. "You shouldn't be here," he said quietly. The words landed like a stone. "Who are you?" I asked, voice firmer than I felt. He glanced back toward the frozen crowd, then at me. "A keeper of sorts. You're meddling in things you don't understand." "People are trapped," I said. "They disappeared. They're here, stuck in time." "Why?" His lips twitched, half a smile, half a sneer. "Because some stories are meant to be left alone. Because the past has consequences." I clenched my fists. "I'm not leaving until I know what happened." He stepped closer, voice dropping to a whisper that cut through the rain. "Once you cross this line, there's no going back. You're part of it now. The timeline doesn't forgive. You'll lose more than your way." I wanted to argue, to tell him I wasn't afraid, but the weight of his words settled deep. I looked back to where Claire stood, her frozen smile suddenly feeling like a trap. "Why me?" I asked, voice barely audible. "Because you remember. Because you see what others don't." He turned away, fading into the mist rolling in from the river. "The question is, will you survive what you uncover?" I stood alone, the street stretching out before me like a maze with no exit. I reached into my pocket, fingers closing around the note. The paper was damp, the ink smudged but still legible. Find the edges of the story. Find the missing pieces. I realized then that the photograph and the note weren't just clues, they were warnings. And the more I learned, the more I became a part of the puzzle. The streets weren't just shifting. They were closing in. I tried retracing my steps, but the familiar turned foreign. Elmwood dissolved into unfamiliar blocks, the landmarks rearranged like pieces in a puzzle I'd never seen before. Panic prickled at my skin. The city was no longer a place I could navigate with confidence. I was trapped inside a story someone else was writing. And the deadline was now. The rain picked up again, heavier this time, drumming a frantic rhythm on the pavement. The inside me surged, sinking with the storm's pulse. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had crossed the point of no return. Turning back was impossible. I was already lost. I stood there, drenched, the rain hammering down like a relentless warning. Elmwood's familiar streets had dissolved into something else entirely, a maze that wasn't meant to be solved, at least not easily. I tried retracing my steps, but the alleyways twisted like a coil, the landmarks rearranged in ways that felt like deliberate traps. The dim glow of streetlights flickered above, casting jittery shadows that danced just beyond clear sight. The air was thick with the smell of wet concrete and something else, something metallic and faint, like old rust or dried blood. I swallowed hard, my tongue suddenly dry. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't run. Not now. The rain blurred the edges of the world, but I forced my legs to move forward, deeper into the twisting streets that no longer felt like my own. Every turn I took felt like stepping further into a room whose walls were closing in. My breath came in shallow bursts, the chill pressed against my skin, sharp and insistent. There was no warmth here, only cold, the kind that seeps into your bones until you forget what warmth even feels like. The note was still in my fist, crumpled and wet, but I traced the words with my thumb again. Find the edges of the story. Find the missing pieces. I had to believe there was a way out, a way to fix this. I reached a corner where the streetlight sputtered and died, plunging me into near darkness. My eyes adjusted slowly, catching the outline of a figure leaning against the brick wall. I froze. The figure didn't move. Didn't breathe. Didn't blink. It was a man. I recognized him, even if my mind refused to accept it at first. Tom. Or who Tom had been before he disappeared 10 years ago. The same Tom who had vanished without a trace, the subject of whispered rumors and unanswered questions that had haunted this neighborhood. His face was pale and still, eyes fixed on some invisible point ahead. It was as if time had stopped for him right there. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat. Tom? The word barely escaped. No response. Not even a flicker. I edged closer, every nerve screaming that I shouldn't, that this was some cruel trick. But something in his stillness, his suspended moment, pushed me forward. Suddenly, the man's eyes snapped open. Not with life, but with a hollow, glassy stare that pierced through me. He didn't speak. He didn't move. Just stood, a monument to a moment that had fractured and refused to heal. I stepped back, heart thudding loud enough to drown out the rain. The street behind him seemed to ripple, like a heat haze, distorting the buildings and warping the pavement until the world felt unsteady beneath my feet. I blinked hard and the scene shifted, the man gone, the street empty except for the steady drip of rain from the gutters. I staggered, trying to catch my breath. What had I just seen? Was it a hallucination? The exhaustion clawing at my mind made me doubt everything. But the cold note in my pocket reminded me this was no dream. I turned to leave, but a new sound caught my attention, a faint, uneven tapping echoing from the opposite side of the street. I squinted through the downpour and saw a woman standing under a cracked awning. Her clothes were soaked, hair plastered to her face. She was staring straight at me, expression unreadable. Are you lost too? Her voice was low, almost a whisper, but clear enough to cut through the rain. I hesitated. I don't know anymore. She nodded slowly, as if that answered something. This place. It traps us. The past, the people. They don't move on until someone faces what was left behind. Her words sent a shiver down my spine. Who are you? Call me Elise. She glanced down the street, eyes darkening. You've been following the edges, right? Looking for the missing pieces? I nodded, clutching the note tighter. Be careful, she said, voice dropping. There's someone else here. Watching. Waiting. Not just the silence of the lost. Before I could ask more, she stepped back into the shadows, melting away like she was never there. The rain picked up again, hammering on the pavement, and I was left alone with the night and the cold weight of her warning. I moved faster now, the streets twisting, the city folding in on itself like a dying star. The familiar faces of the vanished flashed in my mind: Tom, Elise, and others I couldn't name but whose stories hung heavy in the air, cold and heavy with silence. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, measured, not matching my pace, but always just out of sight. My skin prickled. I dared not look back. I picked up the pace, heart hammering, breath ragged. The note burned in my pocket, a reminder and a threat. Find the edges. Find the missing pieces. Somewhere ahead, the street ended in a blank wall. There was no door. No exit. I was trapped. And this time, I wasn't sure if I'd make it out at all. A cold whisper brushed past my ear, barely audible but unmistakably close. The cold whisper teased my ear again. I could hear the footsteps still, slow and deliberate, just behind me. No matter how fast I moved, they stayed out of sight, circling like a predator pacing the perimeter. Panic wanted to claw its way up, but I forced it down, counting seconds between steps, trying to map the rhythm. It wasn't random. It was deliberate. I turned sharply, breath fogging the air, eyes scanning the shadows. Nothing. Just the rain and the faint smell of wet concrete mixed with something else, old smoke, maybe, or the faint metallic tang of rust. The streetlights flickered, casting jittery patterns against the buildings. My hands trembled, fingers brushing the rough plaster of the wall beside me, grounding me to the moment. Then I remembered the woman's warning. Find the edges. Not just the physical edges of the street, but the edges of the story, the boundaries between what had been and what was. She had slipped away so easily, as if she belonged to the shadows themselves. Maybe she did. Maybe she was part of the city's memory, like the frozen figures I'd seen on this strange journey. But I wasn't going to be frozen. Not like them. I pressed my palm against the wall, tracing the rough texture, looking for some anomaly, a crack, a door, anything. My fingers grazed a seam in the plaster, narrower than the cracks that usually formed in old walls. I pressed harder. The wall shifted slightly, a soft hollow sound echoing from behind it. My heart lurched. Without thinking, I pushed. The wall gave way, sliding inward like a heavy door. A narrow passage opened, dark and damp, smelling of mold and something faintly sweet, like decaying flowers. The footsteps stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I stepped inside, the cold air wrapping around me like a shroud. The passage was barely wide enough for one person. The floor was uneven, cracked concrete slick with moisture. I could hear the city's muffled heartbeat beyond, but here it was different, isolated, suspended. Halfway through, a faint light appeared ahead, flickering like a candle struggling against the wind. I moved toward it, each step echoing against the narrow walls. The light came from a small room, a forgotten basement, maybe filled with old furniture draped in white sheets, dust motes dancing in the beam from a single bare bulb. On a table in the center lay photographs, scattered and yellowed with age. Faces I recognized. Tom, frozen in a smile that now felt like a mask. Elise, caught mid-laugh, her eyes bright but distant. Others I'd seen before but never knew, people who'd vanished without a trace, their stories incomplete. I knelt, fingertips brushing the edges of the photos. The air tasted faintly of mildew and regret. I thought about all the mornings I'd walked these streets, oblivious to the undercurrent of loss beneath the pavement. All the times I'd passed by without seeing the ghosts trapped in their last moments. A soft creak from the passageway made me look up. The footsteps again, closer this time, hesitant. Not unseen anymore. I stood slowly, heart hammering. Who's there? My voice sounded strange, foreign even, in this forgotten space. No answer. Just a faint shuffle of movement. Then a figure appeared in the doorway, a man, mid-30s, face drawn and pale. His eyes flicked around nervously, as if unsure whether to flee or confront. I recognized him immediately. Jonathan. A name from the past, a missing piece. You shouldn't be here, he said, voice low but urgent. His gaze was wary, haunted. They don't like it when someone starts poking around. Who? I asked, stepping forward despite the cold knot tightening in my stomach. He shook his head, glancing over his shoulder as if the passage might collapse behind him at any second. The ones who keep the story buried. People who made sure we disappeared. The room felt smaller suddenly, the weight of unseen eyes pressing down. I swallowed. Why? What happened to you all? Jonathan hesitated, then pulled a folded piece of paper from his jacket. I wrote it down. The truth. But no one's allowed to know. They want this us forgotten. I unfolded the note, the handwriting jagged and hurried. Names, dates, places. Accusations veiled in shadows. A tale of cover-ups, betrayals, and silenced voices. People caught in a web of fear and power, erased from memory to protect a fragile status quo. My head spun. This wasn't some ghost story or trick of the light. It was real. Brutal. Human. Jonathan's eyes met mine. You have to finish this. Make sure they're remembered. Or the cycle just keeps going. I nodded, the weight of responsibility settling on my shoulders like a heavy coat. The rain outside had eased to a drizzle, the city breathing again beyond the walls. We moved back through the passage together, the footsteps now behind us, fading into the distance. The wall slid closed, sealing away the darkness and the secrets. Outside, the dawn was breaking. Pale light spilled over the rooftops, washing the streets clean. I walked home slowly, the note burning a path through my pocket. The faces of the lost weren't just memories anymore. They were a call to action. The city would remember. Because I would make sure of it. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough to keep me from becoming one of them.